We are 105.
We good?
Okay.
Good morning and welcome to the Education, Health, and Environmental Affairs Committee hearing for Thursday. Want to thank the committee, the guests who will be testifying, and the people following us on live stream on YouTube. Let me first mention before we go to the first bill, which will be SB 22, that you may notice that committee members not in their seat. At the same time, we were here for our own hearings to hear bills in our respective committees. There are people, the committee members, who are called into other committees to testify on their own bills. So that they may not be in their seat for some period of time doesn't mean they're not serving the people of Maryland. They are very likely in the Budget and Tax Committee, the Judicial Proceedings Committee, or the Finance Committee. So please be understanding of that fact. With that, we're going to go right into it. And people who are witnesses, the first witness on a bill in support of a bill has up to 5 minutes. They shouldn't feel required to use all 5 minutes. And subsequent people testifying will have up to 2.5 minutes. That being said, is Senator Young with us or not yet? Yep. Let's go with Senator Young. Senator Young, we will take both of your bills so we can be efficient today. We're going to start with Senate Bill 22. The sponsor, the good Senator Young, will be followed by Emily Ransom, Edward Harrison, Matthew Geckel, and then we'll move to favorable with amendments. And in terms of the bill file, as of now, there is no opposition. That being said, welcome Senator Young. Please unmute.
There we go.
Yeah. Perfect.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. Again, this is the on-site sewage disposal system inspection and licensing. And the purpose of the bill is to require licensing of on-site sewage disposal systems and to ensure that the inspections are performed consistently in accordance with the Maryland Department of the Environment Training. Just as an aside, in the past, and I've witnessed this myself, the one time I was on a sewage disposal system, inspector just walked around the lot and said it looks okay and left. And I had a lot of trouble later because the system wasn't good. And so we want to see that we have people there that are actually making an inspection and know what they're doing. So it requires anyone who performs an inspection at the time of the sale to be licensed by MDE and to perform the inspection according to their requirements. So starting in May of, starting in May, I guess, of 2022 now, an individual has to be licensed and follow the MDE standards for inspections. And MDE will have established criteria in a training program that includes methods to determine if the septic system needs replacement or repair and whether the septic system is in compliance with regulations. MDE will establish an application fee for licenses, and violators that are guilty of a misdemeanor could be subject to a fine up to $10,000. The fines from the bill's provision would go to the Maryland Clean Water Act. But we want to make sure that the license holder who conducts the incomplete inspection should be liable for the cost of replacing and repairing the system if the system fails within 6 months of the incomplete inspection. And with that, I think that covers what's in the bill pretty well. And I hope you can move favorable on it, but my witness.
Okay.
There.
Thank you, Senator. Let me remind the committee that this was passed in an amended version out of the committee and actually out of the Senate. So we did in fact move this bill last year. The House didn't act on it, and I can't tell you why, and that can be an offline discussion if somebody has more information. With that, Ms. Ransom, you want to begin and unmute, please?
Yes, good morning, members of the committee, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Senator Young, for bringing this bill forward. Again, last year, coronavirus certainly threw a wrench into this bill's progress, but we really appreciate how everybody got it over to the House last year. The bill that you see this year is the final version. There were some amendments last year, and specifically one of the big ones is to make sure that the fines in the bill are administrative penalties. So property transfer, this is one of the few times the septic system is really looked at and evaluated. Typically, it's the mortgage company that requires the inspection as a condition of sale. And this is a super high risk moment for both home buyers and home sellers. Unfortunately, the quality and reliability of these inspections vary wildly throughout the state and based on who is actually performing the inspection. And what we have found is that homeowners have really limited recourse if something goes wrong and if that inspector should have caught it. You know, they're trusting that this inspector is, giving them a high quality service, just like the, the home inspector who comes at point of sale of the home, or your home improvement contractors, your electricians, your plumbers, your interior designers, your realtors. All of these people are licensed by the state, but the person who tells you whether or not the most expensive appliance in your home is working or not is not licensed. So right now, Maryland requires that these inspectors take a course offered through MDE, but unfortunately, a single certification is not enough to really require that duty of care that homeowners should be assured that they are getting when they are having an inspection. Inspections are crucial for finding the problems. There are many different types of problems that a septic system could have. I mean, it may be as simple as, if you continue down this path and things don't change, things don't get fixed, your system may fail. Or it could be, if something gets fixed, then the system will be able to work properly. Or it could be that the system is completely failed and that the homeowner will now have to replace it. If an inspector can catch problems before they are serious, that is a win-win for everybody. And since these inspections are largely just carried out at property transfer, this is our one opportunity to make sure that problematic septic systems or systems that will soon be problematic can be found and can be fixed. We have heard many horror stories of homeowners who have then been saddled with failing septic systems after their property transfer inspector gave them a passing grade. And this is a major financial setback for the homeowner, and it is also a significant problem for water quality. Until a failing septic system can be identified and fixed, it will continue to pollute our nearby waterways with untreated human waste, and can also be a health issue for either that homeowner or to neighbors. And it's super common for a septic system to fail in ways where a homeowner is not likely to know that there is a problem. And so until the waste backs up in the home or breaches the surface of the yard, the homeowner may have no idea that their septic system has failed. And that's why these inspectors need to be high quality, need to be doing their job. So that way, when a homeowner is purchasing this inspection, that it is actually doing what the homeowner needs it to do.
Okay, let's wrap up, Ms. Ransom.
All right. So yeah, just to leave you with, the septic system is the most expensive appliance of the home, and a new homeowner may not have the home equity to be facing a $30,000 repair. And so we want these to be high quality, and we urge a favorable report. Thank you.
And thank you. We're going to go to Edward Harrison, followed by Matthew Geckel. And then we'll take then one individual, and then followed by Sarah Trescott. Then we'll take questions. Mr. Harrison.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, committee members. My name is Eddie Harrison, testifying in support of Senate Bill 22. First, I would like to thank the committee for its hard work and support of this initiative last year. I am the legislative liaison for Maryland On-Site Wastewater Professional Association. I'm also a small business owner of BAT On-Site an automated on-site wastewater operation and maintenance provider. Due to the advancement of technology and field practice that have occurred over the past 50 years, the days of digging a hole in the ground and assuming the wastewater will just go there are long gone. Are long gone. More and more systems require electronics, electrical controls, and treatment for even distribution. A lot of on-site wastewater property transfer inspectors can hold licenses from other professional boards with only the MDE certification, but these other professionals are not versed in the science and complexity of the modern septic system. This bill can bring all inspectors under one license with continuing education and prerequisites. The level of inspections that are done today are driven by price. The cheapest guy will get the job. A cursory inspection can be as low as $250, which Mr. Ron Young, Senator Ron Young alluded to, which includes a flush of the toilet and a walk around the property. A proper inspection will include a record search, probing or camera of the trenches, ponding check of the dispersal system, hydraulic load test, minor excavation of key components of the on-site system to verify the condition, pump the septic tank to verify the condition, and write a detailed report. This level of inspection costs between $600 and $900. The latter level inspection can assure the new property owner that they will have many years of use of the on-site wastewater system, as opposed to the system failing 6 months after purchase and possibly being saddled with a $10,000 to $50,000 repair. People buying a home are likely making the biggest purchase of their lives and deserve a quality, comprehensive report on the condition of the largest appliance in their home. Please give this bill a favorable report to protect Marylanders' most valuable asset. Thank you.
And thank you, Mr. Harrison. Let's go to Matthew Geckel, and Ms. Trescott will be on deck.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and committee members, for hearing this bill and moving it along once again. I'm Matthew Geckel with Back River Precast. We are a Maryland precast concrete manufacturer, and one of the items that we make is wastewater systems. Almost every week, somebody's calling me out with a problem that they've had with their septic system, even though that they had it inspected by a MDE certified property transfer inspector. But because there are no mandatory procedures for doing an inspection, everybody just kind of does whatever they want to do. And some guys do a really good job and some guys do a really poor job. So us in the industry have recognized that this needed to be straightened out. And we met with the Maryland Realtors Association, the Home Builders Association, MDE, and environmental health directors and MACO to help draft this bill to help homeowners who are facing financial troubles because somebody did an improper an inspection. I would hope you would vote favorably on this bill as you did last year. Thank you very much.
And thank you, Mr. Geckel. Ms. Trescott, can you unmute?
Good morning, Chairman Pinsky, Madam Vice Chair, members of the committee. I'm Sarah Trescott, representing the Maryland Conference of Local Environmental Health Directors, and thank you for allowing me to testify today. The Maryland Conference of Environmental Health Directors supports the licensure of property transfer inspectors by the Maryland Department of the Environment with amendments. Sir, can you hear me? I'm seeing a note that says start my video. Sir, can you hear me now?
Yes, we can.
All righty. Should I start over then, or?
No, we heard all, you were on audio, so continue. We didn't have your video, which you now are.
Thank you so much. Last year, the conference engaged with stakeholders in MACO to reconcile regulations for the on-site wastewater industry. After several meetings, we agreed that property transfer inspectors appeared to be signing off on septic systems inspections incorrectly. Due to this problem, stakeholders, the conference, and MACO agreed that on-site wastewater property transfer inspectors should be licensed by the Department of the Environment. In Senate Bill 22, MDE will be responsible for training and licensure of property transfer inspectors. In section 9-217.2 D2 of the bill, it requires the department to adopt specific provisions, whereas we believe this would be best accomplished by the department who is charged with training and regulating the licensure of the inspectors. The deletion of this section would allow MDE flexibility to structure the training program for the inspectors to gain licensure. Section 9-217.2 F2 discusses the parameters for administrative enforcement. Namely, it outlines that each day will constitute a new violation. The conference believes that if each day were changed to each inspection performed by an unlicensed inspection, the violation would be better represented based on actual inspection violations. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Trescott. Okay, questions for any of the panelists? Questions for any of the panelists? Just raise your hand. I believe we have Senator Riley to start.
Thank you very much. Senator Young, this does not apply to new construction, am I right?
Senator Young, you're muted.
This bill is not directed at new construction, but I believe new construction still has to be inspected.
Currently in Anne Arundel County, the new inspection of septic systems is done by Anne Arundel County employees. How does that correspond to your bill here?
I think they still have to be certified in the sense of their qualifications. I do not believe they need to get a license from this, but I have a panelist who may speak to that a little better.
Okay, well, let me go through the questions and we can talk. We'll see what the other panelists have to say. What is the cost for somebody to apply for the license?
I believe that's established by the local government.
I thought MDE was.
MDE is going to do it. I don't know if they've established a price, but
Okay. Does the bill talk about continuing education? How many hours and how often?
I do not think the bill talks about that.
Okay.
I think that would be
administrative
established.
penalties you mentioned would be going to a specific fund.
Yeah.
And does the bill address the ability to appeal those administrative penalties?
The bill doesn't address that, but I would think they have that right.
Okay. So if in Anne Arundel County, we have county inspectors looking at the new septic system, and then there's a property transfer, let's say 12 months later, if there's no mortgage company requirement because they recognize it's a new system, there's no other action necessary unless the homeowner initiates it or the mortgage company initiates it. There's no automatic inspection of a septic system on a periodic basis except for request by the homeowner or request by the mortgage company. Is that right?
I would believe that would be correct.
Okay. How many new state employees are going to be needed to be hired by MDE to implement this program? Is there a fiscal note?
I am sure there is. Let me see if I still have that from last year. Actually, the net effect, it seems to be positive the first year. And then after that, it $100,000 to $120,000 a year expense.
So should the administrative penalties rather be sent to a separate fund, be sent back to MDE to cover the cost of the new employees?
Personally, I don't think that's a bad idea.
Yeah, okay. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
It's 1.5. 1.5 employees.
Mr. Chairman, we can't hear you.
Concludes the hearing on 22. Now we're going to Senator Young's Bill 200, Natural Resource Organized Killing Contests Restriction. After Senator Young, we have Jill Fritz, Stephanie Boyles Griffin, Kimberly Fullerton, and Lisa Radov. At least on my file, and let me just check. At least on the file, there is no written opposition. Obviously, it can still come in. Senator Young, please begin.
Again, thank you, Mr. Chairman, Vice Chairman, members of the committee. This bill, which is organized killing contest, prohibits a person from sponsoring or conducting or participating in organized contests that have the objective of killing either a coyote, a fox, or a raccoon for prizes or monetary awards, and establishes a fine of $25 for each coyote, fox, or raccoon killed in violation of the act. Killing contests are organized events in which the participants compete for prizes for killing the most or the largest animals within a designated time period, usually a day or two. The purpose of these contests are not for the purpose of providing food or pelts for clothing or fabric. The bodies of the animals are often dumped. And since there's no use for them upon the completion of the contest, well, the Humane Society said from undercover investigators, they witnessed one event in Unionville, Maryland, where upwards to 250 animals were being piled up after being killed for cash prizes. One of the tragic outcomes of these contests is that they can leave dependent pups, orphaned, unable to fend for themselves, leaving them vulnerable to starvation or death by exposure. And furthermore, these killing contests serve no wildlife management purpose and have the effect of disrupting the animal populations, and when piled up, sometimes attract rats. Should this legislation pass, Maryland will join 7 other states who've passed similar legislation in the last 6 or 7 years. This bill passed the House of Delegates last year. It was introduced by Delegate Stein. And because of the early conclusion of the session, it didn't have a hearing in the Senate. So again, I thank you for your time and hope you'll consider this bill and give it a favorable report.
Thank you, Senator. Ms. Fritz?
Yes, thank you, Chair Pinsky, Vice Chair Kagan, and members of the committee. My name is Jill Fritz. I'm a Maryland resident and a Senior Director of Wildlife Protection at the Humane Society of the United States. As Senator Young said, this bill is a common sense measure that would just end wildlife killing contest. As he said, these are organized events that take place over a certain time period for cash and prizes. Often high-powered weapons are used on these animals that inflict grisly injuries, and then the animals are often discarded after the prizes are awarded. They are happening in Maryland. In early 2020, HSUS investigators recorded the aftermath of wildlife killing contests in Unionville, in Frederick County, and Waldorf in Charles County. And details and photos from that investigation can be found in my written statement, but please be advised that the images are graphic and very disturbing in that investigation. Senate Bill 200 is focused only on wildlife killing contests that target coyotes, foxes, and raccoons. It would not affect the regulated hunting of those species, nor would it affect in any way the regulated hunting, control, or management of deer or any other species. Or it would not prevent Maryland landowners or livestock owners from lethally removing predating animals on their property. It would merely prohibit the cash and prizes game that's made out of the mass killing of the wildlife that's managed in trust for the benefit of all Maryland citizens. So state wildlife management professionals across the country stress that wildlife killing contests undermine modern science-based wildlife management principles because they're ineffective and counterproductive. I've included a full listing of those statements in my written comments. Additionally, research, including here in the Eastern US, has found that randomly killing coyotes will not increase populations of deer or turkey. For human hunters in recent years, that's been enforced by the Pennsylvania Game Commission, West Virginia DNR, Vermont Fish and Wildlife, New York Department of Environmental Conservation, and many others. Wildlife killing contests also do not prevent conflicts with livestock. Non-lethal methods like good fencing, guard animals, birthing sheds, protecting vulnerable young, those are the most effective ways to prevent predation. But just randomly going out and killing coyotes in the area serves only to disrupt their social structure and increase breeding and migration and causing more problems. And the Washington Department of Fish and Wildlife adds to this that coyotes also benefit ranchers and other property owners by helping control populations of mice, rats, voles, moles, gophers, rabbits, and hares. And foxes also provide this vital service. And USDA data indicate that confirmed livestock losses to wild carnivores are minuscule, and the predominant sources of mortality are livestock, are disease, illness, birthing problems, et cetera. And it is hard to come by any official data or verified state or federal statistics showing that coyotes are a significant threat to livestock in Maryland anyway. And finally, wildlife management professionals in Arizona, Vermont, Massachusetts, Washington State, and elsewhere have stated that wildlife killing contests undermine the public's view of ethical hunting. When Colorado banned them last April, the executive director of the state's DNR, who is a hunter, said wildlife killing contests give sportsmen and sportswomen a bad name and damage our reputation. So with that, we ask for your favorable report on SB 200 so Maryland can join that distinguished list of states that have put an end to these gruesome killing contests. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Fritz. Let's go to Stephanie Boyles-Griffin, who will be followed by Kimberly Fulton and Lisa Radoff.
Hello, this is Stephanie. Can you hear me okay?
Perfect.
Okay. Chair Pinsky and members of the committee, my name is Stephanie Boyles-Griffin. I'm a Maryland resident and the senior scientist in the Wildlife Protection Department at the Humane Society of the United States. I also serve as a commissioner on the Maryland Wildlife Advisory Commission. I support Senate Bill 200 because wildlife killing contests are an affront to science-based wildlife management principles. Scientific studies have shown that the indiscriminate killing of coyotes, such as in wildlife killing contests, disrupts their social structure and encourages more breeding and migration, which ultimately results in more coyotes. If they are left alone, coyotes will instead limit their own numbers according to the available habitat and prey. Here in the northeastern US, coyotes are filling a crucial niche after the eradication of the region's original top carnivores, wolves and cougars. Like all wildlife species, coyotes play an integral role in healthy ecosystems. They keep prey populations in check and increase the biological diversity of plant and wildlife communities. A recent study confirmed that coyotes are not reducing deer populations in the northeastern US, and indiscriminately killing coyotes will not increase the overall abundance of deer for human hunters. The Pennsylvania Game Commission states, after decades of using predator control, such as paying bounties, with no effect, and the emergence of wildlife management as a science, the agency finally accepted the reality that predator control does not work, and adds that instead, the limiting factor for deer is the availability of good habitat. Sportsmen's organizations like Ducks Unlimited, National Wild Turkey Federation, and the Isaac Walton League of America have expressed opposition to predator control. As I've outlined here, such contests achieve no quantifiable science-based wildlife management objectives. As a Maryland citizen who cares deeply about protecting our wildlife, And as a biologist who understands the importance of managing our wildlife according to the best available science, I respectfully ask this committee to support this legislation. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Boyles-Griffin. Let's go to Kimberly Fullerton, followed by Lisa Radoff. Please.
Good afternoon, Chairman Pinsky, Madam Vice Chair, and members of the committee. My name is Kim Fullerton, and I represent the Maryland State Bar Association Animal Law Section. This bill has exceptions, making it tailored so as to address a clear issue. Are killing contests an acceptable method of ecological management? Killing contests lack any scientific principles while incentivizing the indiscriminate and unlimited killing of animals. Killing contests are a reckless destabilization of Maryland's ecosystem functions and should be banned in favor of science-based ecological practices. Last year, there was misinformation regarding wanton waste laws, so I just want to be very clear on this point. Wanton waste laws prohibit the intentional waste of certain wild animals. These laws are not applicable to the predator species that are hunted in killing contests and currently cannot be used as a regulatory mechanism for killing contests. Maryland law applies to deer and the federal law applies to migratory game birds. Ultimately, killing contests must be addressed by legislation. The judiciary is simply not positioned to systemically regulate killing contests or establish a ban through case law. Imagine if killing contests led to the extermination of a species. It would be incredibly challenging for a plaintiff to establish standing and or identify a legal cause of action to even bring a claim. There are also potential challenges related to the collection and preservation of evidence. Killing contests occur in isolated locations and provide a remarkable level of privacy. Participants have little incentive for accountability. The Maryland State Bar Association Animal Law Section thanks the committee and urges support for Senate Bill 200.
Thank you. Ms. Radoff.
Chairman Pinsky, Vice Chairman Kagan, members of the committee, thank you for the opportunity to testify before you today. My name is Lisa Radoff. I'm the president and chairman of Maryland Votes for Animals, here today in support of SB 200. 2 years ago, this committee voted favorably to protect cow-nose rays from organized killing contests solely for cash or prizes. Those gruesome photos of the contests were filmed and shared on social media. Just as the cow-nose rays bill did not tie the hands of the fishermen and only applied to those killing contests, this bill only applies to organized killing contests of these specific mammals where the sole objective is to kill as many of that animal species as possible during the contest for cash or prizes. It would not apply to responsible hunting or control of animal predators on a person's property. The public generally opposes killing of animals unless they are legitimately being used for food, fur, or responsible species management recommended by the Department of Natural Resources. Many hunters, as you have heard, eschew these contests because they feel that they are unsportsmanlike and do not follow the principles of responsible hunting. Maryland does not want to be known as a state where images of these cruel contests with piles of dead foxes, coyotes, and raccoons are broadcast far and wide on social media. We have seen the power of social media in the past few weeks. Let's send a message that Maryland is not a state that allows these cruel contests. I would like to thank Senator Young for sponsoring this legislation and urge this committee for a favorable report. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Radoff. We'll go to questions in a moment. Let me explain to people that the sponsor selects a number of proponents, and then at least one slot is left for other individuals who sign up. For this bill, we had a number of people who weren't selected who had signed up. So we actually had more people signing up in support than we were able to have speak, because of the limits we've imposed to keep things efficient and to get to as many bills as possible. Also, let me remind people, as I said earlier, some of our colleagues may be testifying in other committees. They'll be coming and going throughout the hearings today. That being said, are there any questions? I don't see any. So that concludes the hearing on Senate Bill 200. Thank you very much, Senator Young. Great to see you again. Okay, now we're going to move to the Vice Chairwoman, Senator Kagan, on Senate Bill 116. She will be followed by Sarah Price, Ellen Valentino. I'm sorry. No, she'll be followed by Sarah Price, Richard Keller, Charles William DeBarry Reigart, and Adam Ortiz.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. For the record, Cheryl Kagan, very proud to be the senator for Gaithersburg and Rockville, and glad to be with my my friends and colleagues on committee. Senate Bill 116, let me just say two quick things to start. One is it passed the House of Delegates unanimously last year and ran out of time in the Senate. Second, it identifies a problem and offers a solution. The chairman often talks about moving the needle. And I think this is one of those bills that sees a problem and then comes up with a plan. So I think you all remember that China stopped taking American recycling. I think most of us are pretty devoted recyclers, and yet it turns out to be a really challenging and expensive activity. And rather than being a profit center for our state and local governments, it has turned into a cost. So this bill proposes to set up a marketing plan and a small business support effort to create forums and avenues for our own recycling so that we are not shipping them to other states or other countries. I want to give a couple of examples. Montgomery County is spending over $1 million a year to ship materials to a processing plant in York, Pennsylvania. Carroll County, Senator Hester, you might be interested. Between 2015 and 2018, Carroll County went from earning $15 a ton for recycled materials to paying $20 a ton. That's enormous. Prince George's County is losing $2.7 million on its recycling program, as opposed to earning $750,000 just the year before. So this is a problem. Governor Hogan talks about how Maryland is open for business. Well, this would establish open for recycling business, creating business opportunities, including encouraging small businesses to recycle more and creating incentives. I just want to, so branding around recycling and sustainability is very popular, very marketable, and we think it's a great idea. I want to just flag briefly, Mr. Chairman, because as you said, more people signed up for this bill as well as the one prior than can be heard today. So I just want to flag in your packets letters from Baltimore City and Maryland Association of Counties and Baltimore County and National Waste Recycling. The beer wholesalers are committed to using recycled materials, and they think this would help them. The Maryland Retailers Association, the Maryland DC Beverage Association, the American Chemistry Council, Trash Free Maryland, the Recycling Network. So folks are thinking that this is a good idea, a good plan, and it is both about jobs and about finding markets for recycling. So with that, I am happy to take questions or toss it off to my supportive witnesses. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Let's move to Ms. Price. Ms. Price, please unmute.
Hi, good morning, Mr. Chair. Can you hear me? Okay,
Yes.
Good morning, Mr. Chair and honorable members of the committee. My name is Sarah Price, and I'm here on behalf of the Maryland Retailers Association. I would like to thank the sponsors for putting forward this comprehensive approach to the recycling and waste issues that are facing our state. We strongly support efforts to promote the development of larger recycling markets in Maryland in order to allow for a wider variety of waste items to be recycled in the state. Investments in comprehensive recycling infrastructure as an alternative to banning products will create jobs and provide more opportunities for Marylanders to make thoughtful choices about what they buy, how they use it, and how they dispose of it. MRA has always believed that comprehensive solutions are necessary for real change, and encouraging this infrastructure development in Maryland will be a positive move forward for that third R in reduce, reuse, and recycle. So thank you for your consideration, and we urge a favorable report on this bill.
Thank you for your conciseness, Ms. Price. Let's go to Richard Keller, please. Please unmute.
Mr. Chairman and committee members, I am Richard Keller, Acting Baltimore County Recycling and Waste Prevention Manager. Baltimore County supports Senate Bill 116. The bill would create a recycling market development program led by the Department of the Environment and coordinated with public and private agencies. County Executive Olszewski has championed the fight for a sustainable future and worked to make Baltimore County a leader in environmental protection and sustainability. We support state efforts to limit the environmental effects of waste disposal and to extend our landfill space. Recycling success depends on stable long-term markets for materials. Recycling does not occur until a manufacturer uses recyclable materials to make a new product and someone uses the recycled product. China's efforts to limit its imports of recyclables and to establish new, more stringent contamination requirements has highlighted the need to create new markets for recyclables. More than 20 states have active market development programs. These programs have expanded recycling manufacturing capacity, created new recycling jobs, and increased purchases of recycled products. The bill would encourage existing Maryland businesses to use recyclable materials, offer opportunities for new recycling businesses, and expand buy recycled programs. These efforts would make Maryland a leader not only in the nation, but in the private sector as well. Collecting more materials alone will not move the needle on recycling rates. We also need a demand or market-driven effort to expand use of recyclables in manufacturing and to build on Maryland's successful buy recycled efforts. Maryland has been a leader in buy recycled since 1977. Senate Bill 116 will help reduce disposal, raw material use, and energy use, and lower greenhouse gas emissions. The state should make market development a centerpiece of our recycling efforts. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, Mr. Keller. Mr. Rygaard is not with us today, so we will go to Mr. Adam Ortiz, a constituent.
Just say it. I'm here.
Oh, you are. Mr. DeBarry Rygaard?
Yes, thank you. Good morning. I'm Charlie Reichert. I'm speaking on behalf of the Maryland Recycling Network, a coalition of state and local government recycling managers, private sector recyclers, and recycling advocates. Recycling does many things. Recycling creates jobs, conserves resources, reduces energy use, lowers greenhouse gas emissions, and reduces the need for disposal options. Yet recycling cannot achieve any of this without markets for the raw materials we collect. We believe market development must be the centerpiece of Maryland's efforts to increase recycling. Senate Bill 116 creates a recycling market development program led by the Maryland Department of the Environment, but working with a number of state agencies, local governments, and the private sector. This bill is fully consistent with our group's goals. Senate Bill 116 gives MDE the tools to improve markets for Maryland's recyclables. These tools include evaluating current markets, targeting markets that need development, encouraging Maryland businesses to use more recycled materials, examining potential funding mechanisms for new businesses, and developing an ad campaign to attract new recycling businesses. Recycling markets are essential for the success of recycling programs. Without end markets, our recyclables will be sent to disposal. The good news is that most of our recyclables are sold. But as we recycle more materials, we need stronger, better paying markets. We want manufacturers to know that Maryland is open for recycling businesses. Maryland is competing with other states for these businesses. Let's outdo them. We strongly support this legislation, and we thank Senators Kagan and West for their leadership.
And thank you very much, Mr. Reichart. Now we'll go to Adam Ortiz, Hyattsville resident. Welcome, Adam Ortiz.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Madam Vice Chair, members of the committee. I want to wish everybody a happy new year and a happy Martin Luther King week. It's great to see you all, and it's an honor to be here in support of this bill. I'm the director of Montgomery County's Department of Environmental Protection. And in Montgomery County, we oversee curbside collections, but we also have full operations of our own recycling facility, including the sale of the commodities in partnership with the Maryland Environmental Service. And we've been doing this for more than 30 years. And often, as we know, people put their material out at the curb, and then once it's picked up, it's forgotten. But in fact, it does not magically disappear, but it's an important resource that's important for localities, not just the process because it feels good and is important for the environment, but because it's good business and because we could recover important costs. So in our county, we applaud the General Assembly for taking up recycling. It's a very complex issue, but very important is making sure that the numbers pencil, that the markets are robust. And there's absolutely no question that we're adapting to the changes in the international market. As Senator Kagan mentioned, we do get our material. It is to York, Pennsylvania, and other places outside of the state. So we are recycling, and we want people to hear that message. It's not going into an incinerator or in a landfill. We are not getting the value that we did years ago. So we think that this proposal is timely. We completely support it. And because it's not just an issue for good business, but it affects people every single day. And every dollar that we lose in the recycling system is a dollar that costs taxpayers. So it's important to return this value to taxpayers. The state has a longstanding history of supporting important industries, equestrian, biotech, hospitality, and others, with a whole suite of programs to make sure that these microeconomies and industries are successful. So we think it makes sense absolutely to extend that to the recycling industry, since it impacts so many millions of residents and businesses every single day. So we stand in support, and thank you for this opportunity to talk to you today.
Thank you, Mr. Ortiz. We're going to go to a period of questions. I must say Ms. Price had to go on to another hearing, so she won't be able to answer any questions, but I'm sure either any of the other witnesses or the sponsor can do that. I'm looking and I'm not sure I see any questions. I'll wait another second. Seeing none, there is no opposition.
Mr. Chair, Senator Hester raised her hand, her literal hand.
Okay, Senator Hester, please unmute.
I just wanted to say that I absolutely love this bill. I think it's incredibly timely. And I was just curious about the different agencies working in it together. Last year, the Secretary of Commerce and the Secretary of the Environment worked together to create sustainable materials ombudsman in the Department of Commerce. And there's this ad hoc kind of coalition of sustainable materials companies that are working there. So if we could tie these two things together, I think it would be twice as powerful. Huge fan. Thank you, Madam Vice Chair.
Thank you, Senator Hester. Mr. Chairman, just a quick, I know that wasn't a question, but if she had an isn't that so, I have a quick thing in response.
Very quick.
Very quick, which is that several departments will be working and agencies will be working on this together if it moves forward. There is already a Commerce, DGS, MDOT, MES report, and we're asking that MDE be included and make sure that the recycling businesses get reported on and opportunities for that.
Thank you, Senator Kagan. That concludes the hearing on 116. Before we go on to 121, Senator Patterson, we are breaking at 12:30 and reconvening at 2, I believe. So for those streaming and waiting for a certain bill, it is likely that Senator Hedelman's 228, my 304, Senator West 330, and Senator Gazone's SJ4 will be heard at 2 o'clock or sometime after 2. We're going to go to 12:30. We've been through 3 bills. Hopefully we'll get through another 3. If not, Senator Elfreth's bill will also be at 2 o'clock. That being said, Senator Patterson, welcome. Please share with us Senate Bill 122.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair and colleagues. Senate Bill 121 is a very simple bill designed to require the Commission on Environmental Justice and Sustainable Communities to conduct a study and to make recommendations on how local governments and state government can work together in all aspects of addressing environmental justice concerns. I should tell you that HB Senate Bill 121 is not a mandate, as some would want you to believe, but it is a bill that calls to action relative to COVID-19 and healthcare disparities, that it's high time that we take a look at facilities such as landfills, gas plants, incinerators, and all those things that has proven to have some health disparities related to communities, especially those communities of Black and Brown and poor communities. I think right now, as we speak, I think Baltimore City is getting a major incinerator over there. We talked about this under the Senate President Work Group of Inclusion and Equity and Environmental Justice. And it just seemed to me the minimum that we could do is to take a look and see how and we can determine if these facilities are having a major impact on the quality of life. I certainly believe that they do. And I think to sit back and not address these concerns, I don't believe will be in good faith of those who voted for me and sent me to Annapolis. And it's not that we haven't tried in our own very county. When I was on the county council, I sponsored legislation to prohibit these companies from coming back cycle after cycle, asking for what we call special exception. Most of the time, these things are put in when you get a permit. They last for about 15 or 20 years. But nobody think about when they come back for special exception. Each special exception is about 5 years. Now, I have one in my community that's back for a third time. That's 15 years. And all I'm saying is that simply we ought to at least do an evaluation of an analysis to look at stormwater runoff, look at any kind of other chemicals that may be harmful to our community. And back to what we did at the county council level. I put a bill in to prohibit this. It passed the county council. Then, of course, it went to, the court, and now it's in circuit court. But yet and still, we're still there. We're still suffering. Nobody experiencing these things except those of us who live in the area for a long time. We get hundreds and hundreds of cars who have traveled, trucks rather, who are coming from other locations, tying up the work traffic, trying to get to work, to go to this particular facility that I think is long overdue for exploration. And why I think there's probably going to be some opposition, but they don't live there. I do. And I think sometimes we overlook that if it's not in my backyard, why should I be concerned? So, Mr. Chairman, I'm asking very strongly that this committee consider giving this bill a favorable report so that we too can live in the state of Maryland. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Patterson. Senator Patterson is the only proponent witness orally. There are a number of written testimony favorable, but he is the only one orally. So I'm going to open it up for questions.
Mr. Chairman, just before you move, though, I do want you to know that I did submit an amendment. I hope the committee has a chance to get the amendment, but I worked through it with MML to try to take care of some of their concerns, of which I think has fully been resolved.
Yes, I see the amendment in my file, so hopefully everyone's received it. Senator Patterson, I have one quick question.
Sure.
Is this bill coming from the Environmental Justice Work Group or from you and Senator Benson?
I think it's a combination of both.
Okay, so
I happen to have been a member of the work group.
I know.
Senator Benson have had concerns about this for a long while, and so have I. So it's not really been submitted on behalf of the work group, but I do know we spent a lot of time, probably 30 or 40 minutes, talking about the impact of these facilities and how they could have a major impact on the quality of life, specifically to healthcare.
Great, thank you. Senator Lamb.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Senator Patterson, for bringing this forward. As a former member, I think when I was in the House, I served on the Commission on Environmental Justice and Sustainable Communities, and really appreciate the work that they do working with MD to look at some of these really important issues. And as someone who also has, also represents parts of Baltimore County that are close to Curtis Bay, where there are a lot of heavy industries that put some of our neighboring communities at risk also. I think this is not a coincidence, right? And what you're seeing in your communities, in your district, it's not a coincidence where some of these high polluting type industries or businesses are located, very closely to some of the most impoverished communities that we have in our district as well, right? And so there's a real disparity there, and I just want to see your thoughts on that. That it's not, coincidental that these areas overlap.
Absolutely not. May I respond, Mr. Chair?
Yes, yes, Senator.
Absolutely not. I mean, Senator Lamb, I had 4 of these things in my district within a 2-mile radius. And, I just think, I'm not saying we don't want businesses, but we want businesses that don't be concerned about the health and welfare of the people who live in the area. So to just put a landfill within a 2-mile radius of a well-developed community, I think is irresponsible and a lack of concern when it comes to the healthcare of those who live in those areas. And you're absolutely right. The same thing happened in Charles County. They want CNN talking about the impact. They had proof that facilities of this type cause asthma and all these other pulmonary conditions. So, the time is now. We can't afford to wait another 10 or 15 years before we take a look at it. I'm not saying this is not legislation to do. This is only legislation to institute a little small study group that come back and tell us how the 2 agencies can work together to bring about common concerns.
All right. Thank you, Senator Patterson. Back to you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. I have Senator Washington followed by Senator Sonnier.
Okay, there we go. Thank you. Thank you, Senator Patterson, and also thank you for your service on the work group. And I like Senator Lamb, have a great interest in this, and I think looking at landfills, but also air quality. You mentioned incinerators, but there's also crematoriums that are starting to focus in our communities. And so perhaps I'd like to talk with you about adding that to the bill. But I'm wondering with is it a study, or you're not prohibiting landfills? I just want to make sure I'm understanding the bill. You're not prohibiting it. You're just asking that there be additional specific environmental justice study whenever someone applies for the application. Is that correct?
Yes.
Yeah. So
when they reapply in many cases.
And when they when they reapply. So again, this is not a prohibition, but this is looking and saying, are there, racial impacts, economic impacts? Are there other, is there lead? Is it a hot zone for asthma? All these types of things. That's what I'm saying. Am I correct?
You are 100% correct.
And then finally, are you also saying that, you respect the interests of local government, that this is, in fact, that you believe this is a state issue, a state interest in ensuring the environmental justice occurs across the state of Maryland? And so therefore you're saying that this is not.
I think it's a partnership effort, and we talked about this, in our work group that we wouldn't be in circuit court now if it was not somewhere at the state level that could happen.
For sure.
Because yeah.
For sure. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you. All right.
Thank you, Chairman.
Senator Simon Ayer.
Thank you. Thank you, Senator Patterson, my virtual seatmate. We've sat
Yeah,
together for quite a few
I gotta
years.
pay to get your autograph now.
And I want to commend you for your passion. You've been fighting this issue for a long time. I just had a couple of quick clarifications in the bill. One is, why did you pick 2 miles? And then secondly, I noticed in it said actual or potential relating to environment, health, and economic. And if they've been there for a while and this is free certification, what is the potential aspect of this opposed to just actually looking what it's causing? If you could just answer those two.
Potential in what respect? In terms of the community, the impact on the community?
Right. I believe I read it said that they will study the actual or potential impact.
Yes, absolutely. Well, we're not 100% sure of all the aspects of what could happen as a result of facilities of this type. So we're saying that those that we know about and perhaps others that might have potential of impacting the quality of life.
Okay. And then just the 2 mile radius. I have a landfill in my district as well, so I understand what you're saying, but where'd you come up with the 2 miles? I mean, somebody sitting 3 miles away may say, why am I not included?
Well, I trying to be a good neighbor, we have a couple that's within a 2 mile radius. And so I did not want to say, let's get rid of those 2, but thinking how we could, in the future, monitor this. I would like to see an 8 mile radius, to be honest with you. But then some of that has to be, was the facility there before the development, before the community was there. So, and beside, it was a number that we dealt with when I was on the county council, and I just used the same number.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Surely.
Seeing no further questions, we will move to the opponents. We have Pam Casemeyer, followed by Justin Fiore. Ms. Casemeyer, welcome, and unmute if you would.
Yeah, I think I'm unmuted. Hello, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. It's a pleasure to see you virtually. I miss seeing all of you in person. I'm here on behalf of the Maryland Delaware Solid Waste Association, respectfully in opposition to this legislation. And I wanted to make a few points in terms of clarifying our opposition and also helping the committee understand the bill, at least as it's drafted. I understand there's some amendments from MML, but aside from the amendments, the uncodified section at the end of the bill, section 2, that's the only part of the bill that talks about the environmental justice and sustainable communities study about state involvement in zoning issues for a broad range of facilities, including power plants and anything. The whole balance of the bill is solely landfills. So that study part is a bit different than the balance of the bill. I'm here to talk about the balance of the bill in opposition predominantly. I do think there's some significant potential consequences from the state getting involved with local zoning decisions, but that's a different topic matter. The vast majority of this bill is solely related to landfills. And it is, we are here in opposition largely because most of what would be required of an applicant, even if it's someone who's had a facility there for a really long time, this only applies if the facility is in a residentially zoned area, but it may have been zoned residential after the facility has been there. So sometimes communities grow towards a facility, not a facility put in a community. But more importantly, some of the things that an applicant, even for a permit to extend, would have to do is it is impossible. For instance, I don't know how an applicant would know how to assess the cumulative impact in the surrounding community, not only of its facility, but anything else in that community or reasonably foreseeable uses. How would an applicant know how to do that? That's a study for an applicant that's you don't know what else is going to eventually come there. So how are you going to assess that? So those analyses would be done by the applicant for a landfill, whether it's new or old. But more importantly, you need to understand that MDE can't even advance a permit application until the local jurisdiction has said it meets local zoning requirements. So if it's in a residential area, it probably won't meet local zoning requirements unless it's an extension, but that's the local zoning decision. And then secondly, that it is within the 10-year county solid waste plan. So county solid waste plans for landfills are required to incorporate facilities that they acknowledge as part of their solid waste plan. Both of those things by the local jurisdiction have to be issued before MDE can even begin to process a permit. So essentially this bill for landfills requires a whole range of studies that practically probably can't even be done. The other thing you should know is a 2-mile radius in some instances may bridge county lines. And at the end of the day, the entire permitting process is related to approval of zoning within the county in which the facility sits. So if 2 miles goes beyond that county, it gets even more confusing. So I think as you're discussing this bill, we believe the landfill part is just totally unworkable. We have concerns about the state getting involved in local zoning decisions. That's not where our focus was in this testimony, but the environmental justice community component of this bill is only the uncodified section and is not the new language that's solely related to landfill permitting and is very problematic. I have written testimony that explains all this as well. That'll be in the committee file.
Thank you, Ms. Casemeyer. The next witness is Alex Butler with the Maryland Association of Counties. I'm not sure whether I see Alex. Alex Butler, are you here? Maryland Association.
He's not present.
Mako? All right, we will skip him. And my former chief of staff, Justin Fiore, Maryland Municipal League. Welcome.
Thank you, Chair Kagan, committee members. Again, my name is Justin Fiore. I work for the Maryland Municipal League as a government relations manager. I want to thank you for the opportunity to testify today in opposition to Senate Bill 121. But I will clarify up front that we are only opposed to the language as drafted in Section 2. I want to thank the sponsor, Senator Patterson, for working with us, the concerns we've highlighted. And it sounds like there's some amendments in the work. We'd love to get a copy of those, but hopefully they're along the lines of what we discussed. We do believe there's a path forward for MML to support the task that's given to the Commission on Environmental Justice and Sustainable Communities in this bill, but that's really only possible if we're working together as partners. One of the recommendations of the Senate President's Advisory Work Group on Equity and Inclusion was that MML gets a seat on the commission. Same for Mako. The commission by its composition does not appear to have substantial expertise in zoning, so that was a concern for us. Going one step further, we'd actually like to see the study broadened beyond zoning to address any manner of environmental justice. So expand the scope of the study, give us a seat at the table, and then finally, as a partner, we'd like to see words like oversight replaced with support. What local governments really need is state support when we're identifying issues, building tools, and establishing guidance. This is an approach that we have and we continue to enthusiastically support. But as drafted, we are compose 121.
Thank you, Mr. Fiore. I see no hands raised, giving colleagues, oh, Senator Riley.
Thank you very much. Ms. Casemeyer,
Sorry, yes.
who are you representing today?
The Maryland Delaware Solid Waste Association, which is the private sector, and we work with the, yes.
Thank you very much.
Got it, Senator Riley? Okay, thank you. Senator Washington.
Hi, thank you. I guess this is to MML, Mako, and Ms. Kasmeyer. So in the bill, so you're saying your objection is to the focus on landfills. Is that correct?
That's, are you asking me, Senator Washington?
Yes, I'll start with you. Yes, thank you.
Yes.
What trying to manage two different.
Oh, no, that's okay. To answer the question, much of what Justin raised relative to the uncodified language, we agree. And that's the bigger picture thing, bigger picture issues that Senator Patterson was talking about. We are here on the very specific issues about applications for extension or building of landfills. Yes, you're correct about that. That's the main focus for our industry.
Now in the bill, so it would be on page 3, line 18, it just starts with special exceptions, and it says landfills, but just imagine that it doesn't. Say maybe there's a broader statement, which may go, I haven't seen the amendments that are proposing, but I'd be interested in seeing that. But in talking about that, there needs to be, when there's an application and a special exemption, so it has to do with exemptions, right? In other words, is it about when the local zoning, when there's a waiver for the local zoning, and is this number 1 and 2, or is this section 1, or maybe you should just explain it to me. B, sections 1 and 2, and that would be lines 21 and 24. What's your interpretation of that?
So if there is a desire to permit a landfill or extend a landfill or expand it, and there is a requirement at the local government for filing in a special exception, and or for some reason the zoning is not appropriate at that moment and they want some change in the rules, they have to go through the legal process of getting a special exception. That's what that's related to. And this would then add to the requirement of what had to be included in the application, a whole list of information that reasonably speaking an applicant couldn't do. The county still has the authority through its normal zoning special exception process that applies across the board to either approve or deny it. And this is only, and so we're not real clear, separate and apart from the bigger issue of looking at environmental justice, and our industry is not opposed to incorporating that into a lot of things. So we're not here on that basis. It's just legitimately looking at these parameters for an applicant to be able to do to file a special exception is just very challenging and much more granular and maybe not achievable, very different from the broader concept of the council looking at a lot of these issues.
And I'm assuming section C as well. And this is my last one, Madam Chair. Thank you. I just really understand this just because of the importance of the topic. And so lines 26, C there, where the cost of conducting this environmental justice analysis, it's your position that one, the cost would be prohibitive, but you're just saying that that's not something that they would, as a property owner or an applicant, would be able to do, and that's more, should be in line with either the agency giving the permit or some other entities. Would that be a?
Yeah, I think it's not just the cost. I think it's, I'm not even sure the expertise.
The expertise, right.
Or the expertise to be able to appropriately do that. I mean, I don't really know if you read number 5 alone, I don't really know how that could be accomplished by an applicant.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator Washington. I see no other hands. Are there any other questions from committee members?
Madam Chair,
Senator Patterson.
if I might just respond to the last speaker, I think what she's saying so much is unclear. I think that's why we wanted to study so that we could make it clear. And when you talk about a special exception and zoning, I think my amendment speaks to that that concern. And I'm fully aware of the zoning aspects, particularly at the county council. I help write them. So I know how one can manipulate. This is a major enterprise. And when you got, you can sort of bulldoze your way through. I mean, I could almost write a book on the history of how the system is manipulated in terms of how do they find ways to go around and wait on the appropriate judge to get their case. It's almost I hate to say it, but it's almost like a conspiracy. So I just think, I hope that the panel will take in consideration the source of those that are who are in opposition, but I hope you would also take in consideration that we're talking about issues that could literally destroy a full generation of people.
So thank you, Senator Patterson. Thank you for the bill and for your passion. Perhaps you can work with some of the opponents and with our counsel, April Morton, see if there are amendments that can be considered during our voting session. With that, that concludes the hearing on Senate Bill 121. And I see that Senator Elfreth has joined us. And so welcome to EHE, Senator. This is the bill hearing for Senate Bill 227. So Senator Elfreth, if you'd like to kick us off.
Thank you, Madam Vice Chair, and thank you, members of the committee, for having me today. Senator Sarah Elfreth here to present Senate Bill 227. This is my third hearing of the day, and all of my bills have very long titles, and I apologize for that. But this is the Water Pollution, Stormwater Management Regulations and Watershed Implementation Plans Review and Update. So it basically tells you what the bill does. But just as a brief reminder, you've probably read in multiple papers this year, while we've made tremendous progress in investing in restoring and protecting the Chesapeake Bay because of this committee's hard work, much of that progress is threatened by the impacts of climate change with increased rainfall, more severe storms, and increased flooding. And so we have very specific goals that we need to reach by 2025 in the WIP Phase 3 that the governor's
Bob Anton, could you please mute? Yes, thank you. Please, I'm sorry, Senator Elfreth.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I was on a roll. The governor's committed to WIP Phase 3, but a lot of that progress across the world is threatened by the impacts of climate change. We currently are using data from the 1990s, and I'll age myself. We're using data from when I was in grade school on how we measure rainfall for projects that we are currently building. And that's not sufficient because we know storms have changed. Just about 2 months ago, we saw that incredible storm that dumped about 2 inches of rain within 2 hours across this region, flooding many backyards and dumping a tremendous amount of sediment and other pollutants into the Chesapeake Bay.
Sorry, I just got him on a Zoom. Okay, all right, I'll talk to you in a little bit.
Okay, Christina Vigorito, if you could mute yourself, or Lamoria, if you could make sure that everyone's muted except for Senator Elfreth. Sorry, Senator.
It's okay.
This hasn't happened before. We're still working on the details.
It's still week 2. This is
Exactly.
Okay, so our data is significantly outdated. The very good news is that MDE knows this, and they're currently pursuing 2 paths to update that data. One is through the Chesapeake Bay program, and that data should be available by the end of the spring. The other path forward is entering into a multi-state agreement to update what's called the Atlas 14 storm data. So MDE is already aware that we need to update this precipitation data. What we would like through this bill is to make sure that when we update it, as soon as we have that new data, we're updating our regulations, and then we are revisiting that data every so often so that we don't run into this problem again of having regulations that are based on very antiquated precipitation data. So it's not meant to be overly prescriptive. We've worked with MDE to just really put into our law the work they're doing, and again, just to make sure that we are revisiting that in the future. And then it commits the General Assembly to the governor's goals that he's already signed in the Bay Agreement to reach our WIP Phase 3 goals moving forward. We've worked through this entire bill through and with the municipalities and counties that really are the ones on the front lines implementing stormwater regulations, and frankly are the ones on the line when we see this flooding, when stormwater regulations fail, and have to pay for and mitigate the effects of that. So to that end, we have a number of amendments. Crystal, who's been drafting them, has been amazing. We were going to have them ready for today. They're not quite there yet, but in my testimony, I kind of outlined some of the amendments that we've worked on in partnership with MACO and MML, because we want this to be clear and consistent and a tool for our municipalities and counties and not overly burdensome. So Madam Chair, just to briefly go through our suggestions for amending the bill. We'd like to clarify the definition of precipitation data, just to make it crystal clear, to ensure that it is the correct type of historical climate change data that MDE has traditionally used to update standards. Clarify that MDE's rules and regulations shall incorporate the most recent available precipitation data. Replace the one-time requirement for MDE to propose new regulations with precipitation data by January 22nd. We realize that that's right around the corner. With instead of recurring requirement that MDE provide the General Assembly a report of any necessary revisions to regulations once every 5 years after the first required report in January 22. Clarifies that every 5 years, MDE shall at minimum incorporate the most recently available precipitation data. Required consultation with municipalities and counties. We heard this over and over again, that this really is a partnership between the state, the counties, and the locals, and we want to make sure that that is reflected in this decision making. And lastly, replace the one-time requirement for all permits issued after regulation changes in January 22 to a recurring commitment that any new requirements and standards will be immediately incorporated in any future permits. So I apologize that we didn't give you the bill shovel ready. We wanted to pre-file it, and we continue to work it out with the stakeholders. And I feel like the amendments put us in a very positive place where we are incorporating what we know to be the effects and impacts of climate change and flooding into our regulations in partnership with our counties and municipalities. Madam Chair, I have a very strong panel who can go into much further detail than I can. I just appreciate the committee's time and respectfully request a favorable report.
Thank you, Senator Elfreth. Favorable report with amendments when they come to us is what you're asking. Okay, so first off, I'm just going to take the moment to give a shout out to all of our Department of Legislative Services. You gave one to Crystal, your bill drafter, but we all understand that they are overloaded, plus COVID and all that, and they've all done heroic work. And yes, some things are backed up. So we totally understand that. So we have, just for anyone watching, there are up to 4 proponents, up to 4 opponents, and up to 2 favorable with amendments. For this bill, we will have 2 favorable with amendments, and 1 unfavorable witness. So leading off, Adam Ortiz, please, followed by Morgan Johnson.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, again, and members of the committee. Adam Ortiz, Montgomery County Department of Environmental Protection. A pleasure to be with you twice today. I want to first start by applauding Senator Elfreth for her leadership and vision for addressing this issue. Although a lot of the ways that we discuss watershed implementation and the Bay Plan is very abstract, it is not abstract at the local level. We're dealing firsthand with real infrastructure, real impacts to personal property, and real health and safety. And of course, as we try to meet the goals and build stormwater facilities, we want to make sure that they're not destroyed or washed out because we did not adequately address precipitation. You know, the way the models often are is that they're very much focused on quality of the filtration of water, but not always quantity. And what we're dealing with in this era of changing climate is quantity. More water than we expected, more water faster than expected, and it has remarkable impacts. You know, I can speak from my personal experience. The whole reason I'm even in this role and in the environmental field is because serving as Edmundston mayor in the 2000s, we suffered from 4 floods 4 years in a row. including up to 60 homes that were flooded. And this is in a town that had a multi-million-dollar pumping station, a highly engineered levee system built by the Army Corps of Engineers. And still we suffered from these flash storms that we could not control. And it required almost a $10 million remedy to be able to get it under control. In Montgomery County, Senator Kagan, as you know, in September, we had that destructive storm event, series of events, and 150 cars were stranded. And our emergency response firefighters were frankly overwhelmed for this event that we could not foresee. Long story short, precipitation has to be part of our calculus. As we're building our infrastructure, we need to be mindful of this. I know this is on the radar of MDE, but it doesn't hurt to have it in writing and have it part of what we have to build on the ground at the local level. I also want to speak strongly in support for the participation of localities, the perspective of places like Dorchester County, dealing with sea level rise. Annapolis, as well as the suburban jurisdictions, is so important as MDE rolls out requirements for us to implement. So thank you for this opportunity to speak to you today.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ortiz. I also want to correct the record and thank you to legal counsel April Martin for flagging that the sign-up sheet and the testimony was out of order. So there are going to be 4 proponents speaking today. They were just tucked in after the opponent. So I apologize for that. Morgan Johnson, and then followed by Laura Jarvis and Doug Myers, all speaking in favor of the bill. Morgan Johnson, please.
Hi, Madam Chair and members of the committee. My name is Jesse Iliff. I'm actually speaking in place of Morgan Johnson today from Waterkeepers Chesapeake. I am the river keeper with Arundel Rivers Federation and here in support of Senate Bill 227. As the senator described, the bill will require MDE to update its regulations to account for changing weather patterns due to climate change. The need for the bill is clear to anybody who works in pollution control, response, and stormwater management on a regular basis. Stormwater runoff is the fastest growing source of pollution to the Chesapeake Bay, and this bill is a good way to get a handle on that. The bill is also timely because the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration has reams of data and publications demonstrating that there is anticipated to be increased frequency and intensity of storm events in Maryland throughout the rest of the century. But more recently, there's been a 70% increase in what are called extreme storm events, which is defined as 2+ inches of rain per day between 2005 and 2014 time period as compared to 1950 to 2004, 70% increase in extreme precipitation events. And the current regulations that MDE uses to regulate stormwater speak in terms of a 1-year storm or a 2-year or a 10-year storm. And that frequency, as the senator alluded to, is based off of data that simply don't hold true anymore in the changing climate. There have been changes on a local level in a few places. In 2017, for instance, Anne Arundel County updated its temporary erosion and sediment control standards. And that was a positive change for the environment, and it didn't halt development in Anne Arundel County, as anyone who drives through this area can tell you. So it's a good bill. It will benefit the Bay, and we're here in strong support.
Thank you, Mr. Iliff, for your testimony. I do want to flag for you and for others on this hearing or watching at home, there is a rule, and I think we're all learning and sort of being flexible, that you're not supposed to substitute folks who don't show up. So I allowed it because the chair allowed it yesterday when there was a death. So I'm not sure what the procedure will be going forward, but I just don't want anyone to think that this is a precedent that will continue, because I'm not sure it will, but I allowed it for this one. So Thank you. I also wanted to tell colleagues, we were supposed to break at 12:30 and then come back. So reminding the coming witnesses, you have 2.5 minutes. If you can really watch your time, that'd be great. And next up, in favor of the bill, Laura Jarvis, followed by Doug Myers. Ms. Jarvis.
Thank you, Ms. Chairperson, and committee. My name is Laura Jarvis, and I'm a current resident of Crofton Colony. It is a 55 and older community. I reside at 6821 Crofton Colony Court. I am the HOA Special Projects Lead for Erosion and Stormwater Management. I represent 62 households, and we are Senator Riley's constituents. I have resided in Crofton for the past 11 years, and the most recent 3.5 being in Crofton Colony. I'm testifying in support of this important legislation as a Maryland resident with firsthand knowledge of the impact of erosion on a senior community, and also to ensure that Marylanders are protected in the future. In May of 2018, Toll Brothers began development of the ridings, which brought vast amounts of swift-moving stormwater in the back of Crofton Colony, which is now taking our land. It's destroying our property. It's robbing our land from underneath our 80-foot high beech and oak trees, which now threaten to fall on our houses, our fences, and God forbid a person. Our safety has been compromised and our property destroyed because of erosion. Chuck, my next door neighbor, 79 years old, he and his wife Lynn are concerned that one of the trees will fall on the back of their house, God forbid, at night when they're sleeping. We have lost more than 6 vertical feet in some places and the same amount horizontally. I have documented all of this flooding. I've spent the greater part of 2020 during every rainstorm during the day by putting on my red rain boots, grabbing my cell phone, and going to the back of my neighbors' houses and tracing the source of the stormwater directly to the ridings. We never had flooding before the ridings were developed. In fact, my neighbors were completely unaware of what was going on in their own backyard because 81-year-old Irene Davis, my next door neighbor, she can't walk without the help of a walker. In the past 7 years, she's only seen the very back of her house once, and she relies on my videos and my updated pictures to explain to her the situation in her own backyard. Today, when there's rain in the forecast, my neighbor 2 doors down, Bob Bojacek, calls me and says, "Hey, what's the latest? Has anyone given us an update? Is anyone coming to help us?" My hillside is vanishing, and he can't even let his grandchildren out in the backyard for fear they're going to fall down the ravine because it's so unstable. And I have no update for Bob, for Chuck and Lynn, for Irene Davis, for anyone here. I've got nothing to give them. And I say the great state of Maryland can and must do more to protect the residents, and especially the most vulnerable, our seniors who spent their whole life saving their money to buy these houses.
Ms. Jarvis,
that now,
if I could ask you to start wrapping up, please.
Yes, thank you. Please vote yes.
Thank you so much. Thank you for your testimony and thank you for the personal anecdotes. They are helpful to us. Doug
Yes,
Myers, 2.5 minutes, please.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and members of the committee. My name is Doug Myers. I'm the Maryland Senior Scientist for Chesapeake Bay Foundation, and we urge favorable support with the sponsors' amendments. This bill is going a long way to providing some certainty that we're looking at. We appreciate that the department is aware of this issue. We just wanted to make sure the committee understands that the stormwater permits that are managing this resource are under review right now. There are tentative determinations for 4 jurisdictions and more coming out from the department shortly, which means they will be locked into using the standards that are in the current very outdated manual. The mechanism we're most concerned about is that for undersized stormwater infrastructure that is not designed to the volumes of actual rainfall events that we're receiving, is that they are, the term I think that Jesse uses, they're blowing out. They are not able to sustain the volume of rainfall runoff that's coming from impervious surfaces upstream when those systems are overwhelmed, they create flushing flows down the downstream portions of streams where they wash additional loads of sediment and nutrients into the downstream waters. So therefore, even if it is meeting the code of the stormwater construction manual, it is putting more pollution into the bay than the stormwater structure is taking out. So it is high time that we update these standards, and this bill is going to make sure that those standards are incorporated into the permit system by a date certain, rather than just whenever the department might feel like adding them. So thank you for your favorable support on this.
Thank you very much, Mr. Myers. Next up, we have two people testifying favorable with amendments. Is Alex Butler from MACO, Maryland Association of Counties. Okay, he now has arrived. Welcome, Mr. Butler. You have 2.5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Vice Chair. Alex Butler with the Maryland Association of Counties, here supporting the bill with amendments. I think counties are generally supportive of a regular update to the regulations on a reasonable basis. The incorporation of the latest precipitation data can certainly help. We had some concerns which we worked with the sponsor to address relating to permit revisions. We just don't want the work we're already engaged in to be subject to some serious revisions based on new guidance and a timing issue. I'm confident that these can be addressed in the amendments. Thank you for your time, and thank you to the committee, and thank you to the sponsor. I urge a favorable report with amendments.
Edie McGrady, thank you, Mr. Butler. Bob Anton, favorable with amendments.
Thank you very much, Madam Chairman. Robert Enton on behalf of the Maryland Building Industry Association. We are signed up favorable with amendments. I reached out to the sponsor's office last week, and I think we're scheduled to talk on Monday evening. We have two major concerns with the bill, and hopefully they can be addressed. I think the first concern, and probably the easiest concern, is that when you look at the makeup of the participants that are going to be involved in this process, no one from the building industry is listed as being involved. Stormwater management is probably one of the most expensive and time-consuming standards that builders have to meet, depending on whether it's a commercial property, whether it's a residential property, whether it's an apartment house or a single-family home. Depending on the size of the community, there's a tremendous amount that goes into that. It's really critical, I think, that if you're going to have a workable plan that builders and contractors are going to be subject to, that they be designated to have input as well as the other groups that are listed. And I wouldn't see why that would necessarily be a problem. The other concern is the timing for this. It could take, the permitting process takes a considerable amount of time, doing the planning, doing architecture and all the permits that you have to get. And we just question whether or not 5 years, by the time the group gets together and the group comes up with suggestions, they then go to the department reviews them. By the time that we go through the regulatory process, it's almost going to be time to do it again. So for planning purposes, we're concerned that perhaps 5 years is quicker than it really should be. We're not saying the regulations shouldn't be updated. And if we want to put it, now there's no time frame. If we want to put a time frame in, we'd like to maybe see something longer. With that, we would really look forward to working with the sponsor and the other interested parties because we are not opposed to the bill. Those are our concerns. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Enton. And before we go to the opponent, there are some senators with their hands raised. Senator Lamb, followed by Senator Patterson.
Thank you, Senator Kagan. I just had a quick question, and we're over time, but my question was with regards to the permits. Will this apply to permits that have already been issued or not?
Senator Elfreth or one of the advocates?
I can defer to Doug or Jesse if they could be helpful.
The bill and I don't know if this has been changed in any of the amendments that the senator spoke about, but the version of the bill that I downloaded yesterday would only apply to new permits issued after the effective, after the date certain in the bill by which regulations must be promulgated, which I think is January 2022.
Okay, great, thanks.
Is that helpful, Senator Lamb?
It was certainly our intention. We understand permitting is a fluid process. And that's why we worked so closely with the municipalities and counties to get to a place where it worked for actual in real life permitting.
Okay, great. Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Lamb. Senator Patterson, you'll need to unmute. Lamoria, can you help us unmute Senator Patterson? Lamoria?
Okay.
Good.
Okay. Thank you, Madam Vice Chair. Just a quick question. First of all, Senator, thank you for bringing this bill forward. I'm just curious, though, if this bill would have any major impact or burden on municipalities. And you may have talked about it in your proposed amendments, but I'm just not sure. So will that be a problem for municipalities?
Thank you, Senator. That was a concern of mine as well, because I represent a large municipality in the city of Annapolis. So that was my first go-to. And knowing the vice chairs represents a number of municipalities as well, that was my first go-to. And so we have the support of my mayor and our head of stormwater. We then sent that support to MML. They were supposed to, I believe they had a legislative committee meeting yesterday, but I'm not sure exactly how that turned out. But that's why the concerns of MACO and MML, we really did try to make sure that this was not a burden, it was an extra tool, so that at the end of the day, when we're building for the future of storms, because they are, as we know, the ones responsible for mitigating the effects. And we want to make sure that they have every tool in their permitting process to build for those effects.
Okay.
But I will follow up with the committee, Madam Chair, when MML has given us their position.
Perfect. Okay, and for anyone watching, MML is the Maryland Municipal League, in case you're not aware. Senator Simon Ayer.
Thank you, and thank you for presenting this, Senator Elfreth. I have personally seen climate change impacts. Where I grew up, we used to have a pier, and now it's completely underwater. So we've seen the sea rise levels. But one thing is, I heard in your testimony, there was a lot, they're already doing this, they're already doing this. So just for background, when you reached out to MDE, were they not willing to update the regulations and you felt you needed legislation to do that?
We started drafting this, frankly, last year. And then we had conversations with the secretary and MDE, and they are in the process of the kind of twofold update on the precipitation data. So we're happy with that. And that's why we think this is not burdensome to them. But we also want to make sure that we're not waiting another 25 years before we update the data again, which is why we're putting into place this system in which we reevaluate the precipitation data every 5 years, and then MDE works with the stakeholders to determine whether a change in regulation is needed at that point. So that's why we put this in. So we don't have to revisit this in 25 years.
Okay, and then I had a follow-up question. I think it was Doug Myers. I think you mentioned that there were 5 projects that were locked into these current regulations. If we pass this bill, would that affect those 5 projects?
So rather than projects, these are the stormwater permits for 4 jurisdictions that are, they issued tentative determinations, which means they expect to use the existing stormwater design manual for those permits. There's another batch of these MS4 permit stormwater permits that will be issued later. We had hoped, and I'm glad Senator Elfreth mentioned that this was something we tried to do last year to get in front of this current permit term cycle, because they are 5-year permits. So we've kind of already missed the boat in order to affect the permits that are going out as permanent right now. There's significant comments, technical comments from a number of different organizations that were started 6 months ago as scoping comments to the department, suggesting that this update needs to happen. We were not listened to by the department in making those changes to the permit at the tentative determination stage. And that's why we think the legislation is needed to compel the department to do this update.
So I think the short answer was no.
No, it won't affect the ones that have a permanent, I'm sorry, a final determination from the department.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Senator Simon Ayer. Senator Lamb, is that an old hands up or a new hands up?
It's an old hands up. I'm taking
All
my hand
right,
down.
so we can take hand down. Thank you. Senator Carrozza, I think last question, and then we'll hear from our opponent, from the opponent on the bill. Senator Carrozza. There you go. You're good.
Thank you, Madam Vice Chair. Again, I thank you for bringing this bill forward. I did hear from one of my constituents who has provided written testimony, I think underscoring the need for the legislation. But I guess I wanted to go back and just ask, I guess, a need to address the situation, not necessarily the legislation, but I wanted to ask the bill sponsors. I know you've been working with MACO and MML and some of the other organizations on amendments. I noted that the Maryland Department of Environment raised specific issues in their letter that they sent to the committee regarding the timing, the January 1st, 2022 not being realistic, and some other issues regarding fiscal impact. So in addition to working with the other organizations on amendments, I did not know if there was direct working relationship with MDE on some of the issues that they've raised to address those concerns.
Thank you, Sam. That's a great question. We've been working with MDE. I don't have their testimony, unfortunately, with the new system. I can't see it quite yet, but I will get that testimony and circle back with the amendments that we've drafted so far to make sure that they meet. It sounds from what I'm hearing from what you're saying that our amendments do meet that they're address their concerns. So I will absolutely do that before the committee takes the bill up for a vote.
Thank you.
And I will get back to you. Thank you.
Thank you, senators. Okay, with that, let's shift to the one unfavorable testimony from Tom Ballantyne from NIOP. Thank you, Mr. Ballantyne.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the committee. Tom Ballantyne on behalf of NAIOP Maryland. We're a commercial real estate trade association. I think you'll see that our written testimony is support with amendment. So I must have botched the pull down menu on the sign up. So I apologize for that. We are support with amendment because we agree with the basic premise that the regulations need to be evaluated and reevaluated periodically. We have some important concerns about the time cycle outlined in the bill as introduced, but it does sound like the sponsor amendments may be directed towards some of these concerns. First, there's a technical question in the near term about how to develop these the data necessary to change the stormwater regulations. One option is to downside the big macro climate models, but they tend to break up at the localized watershed level that is necessary for stormwater design. And the other approach is to build up projections off of observed weather conditions. And I think there's a bunch of technical work going on right now that goes to that point, but it may not be finished in the time allowed as from the bill is introduced. Second thing is that these storm data are going to tell a lot about what kind of practices are most appropriate. Right now, the emphasis is on small scale infiltration practices that prioritize improving water quality over controlling volume. And the early data seems to suggest that that's usually the right thing to do. And it certainly is from a water quality standpoint, but having the right kind of information as input to the design process will be really important. And the third concern we have is that a number of things need to happen between revisions. The MDE needs to decide what they're going to do, work with the stakeholder groups. Local governments are going to need to adjust their adoption ordinances. And then we are concerned, I think there was earlier testimony about retroactive application of new rules, and the General Assembly in 2010 had to reconvene stakeholders because of the disruptive effects of stormwater changes on mature development projects. And we certainly would like to avoid that kind of a repeat of that kind of thing. From our point of view, we think that developers need to be part of the stakeholder group. We're interested in working towards a framework that can accomplish the bill sponsor's objectives and also address the concerns that we've raised here. So with that, I'll stand for any questions and would recommend a favorable with amendment report on this bill.
Thank you, Mr. Ballantyne. I see that Senator Hester has a question.
Thank you, Madam Vice Chair. Let's see if I can put my hand down.
You're good. We can do that later.
I was just curious, Mr. Ballantyne, from your perspective in the real estate industry, could you clarify who is responsible for the water running off the property once it leaves?
I think that's a question of legal debate, isn't it? I don't know. You know, it depends on who owns the conveyance that's at the property line, or whether it's going into a local stream, regulated stream. It's a good question. I'm not prepared to answer it right now. If you want to take it up later, I'm happy to do that.
That would be great. And in particular, if we have a private development, you know, that is being built, for example, at the top of Ellicott City, and then the water runs off and, you know, causes a county, you know, stream to overflow. I'm just curious. I mean, it seems like the point where the private builder has some responsibility is when it's being built. But then once the water runs off that property and enters a county stream, it becomes the county's problem. And therefore the county winds up taking up the cost of dealing with that stormwater.
Well, I think it also depends on whether the facilities on the development site were built to the standard required in the regulation.
Right.
So, I mean, there are variables that could change the outcome of that question, but it's a legitimate question.
Okay, and one final quick question. Sorry. In instances where there's been extreme flooding, do you still think that we have to, I mean, you expressed concerns about the timeline, and it seems like the sponsors, you know, you have a back and forth, but in instances where there's extreme flooding, could there be an amendment, you know, would you be open to having a conversation about specific areas that could use the new standards more quickly than the process allows for?
I think that's a stakeholder issue, right? Put it in front of the stakeholders and the regulatory authorities that have responsibility for implementation at the local level, and MDE who delegates it down to the local jurisdictions.
Decent idea. Okay.
The bigger picture concern that became an issue in 2010 was that stormwater is front loaded and the practices are installed. The project is designed around the stormwater strategy. So retroactive application to projects that have phases or are you know, have some maturity to their current development status becomes extremely disruptive and difficult to incorporate in after the fact.
Understood.
Yeah.
Okay. So we want to try to wrap it up. Senator Hester, like Senator Elfreth, you are surely an expert in flooding. And so maybe you can help guide us and talk with the sponsor of the bill and other advocates and help guide our conversation when it comes up for a vote and when we get the amendments. Thank you all. We have gone half an hour over, so I'm afraid we're getting a shorter lunch break or meeting break than we actually had hoped. We are going to be back at 2 p.m. sharp. If you want to keep this Zoom open and just close your video and mute yourself, please make sure you're muted and go about your business so you can just come back. We will be using the same link, so it is your choice whether you leave or come back, but we will see you back here in 1 hour. That is, we are concluded with Senate Bill 227's hearing and concluded with our hearings for this morning. Thank you, colleagues. See you in an hour.
And, you know, oh, they just let me in. Oh.
She's here. Wait in here. Looks like this.
Senator Elfreth, you're back again.
Better you said than I. Happy to spend the rest of my afternoon with EHE if you would like.
Senator Elfreth, you've missed us, haven't you?
I just hopped back to my committee for a briefing on the economy, which is fascinating and heartbreaking all at the same time. So I did not have lunch yet, but I will after this.
Senator Kagan, I thought you had your Baltimore Council mask on.
I do.
See, I have mine on. Look at that.
There we go. We're twins, mask twins.
Well, I'm sorry, repeat.
Okay. Sometimes I put it on upside down on this one, but I love it.
Yeah. So I got I've got the one for the Orioles, which
Okay, so she is.
Ooh, sweet. I need to collect some more. I have a bunch, but I need to. Nancy Pelosi is always color coordinated and out.
Okay, we're on, we're streaming.
You're streaming.
Okay.
Okay.
Never mind.
Well, we're having fun. Hi, everybody.
Okay, welcome back to our afternoon session of the Education, Health, and Environmental Affairs Committee. Hearings, we have, I believe, 5 more bills, then a voting session. And let me remind anyone who is following via stream or YouTube that you may not see all 11 members at the same time because we're called to other committees to testify on other bills. And also a reminder to witnesses, if you are the first witness so designated by the sponsor, you have up to 5 minutes, but are not required to use 5 minutes, and all subsequent people have 2.5 minutes. That being said, we finished with Senator Elfreth from the capital city. We're going to start with Senator Elfreth. She'll present the bill. She will be followed by, is Senator Bailey testifying? Yeah. No, okay. Senator Bailey, Angela Herring, and Doug Myers for the favorable. Then we'll take questions. Then we'll move to the unfavorable, Pam Casemeyer and Bob N. That being said, welcome, Senator.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair, Madam Vice Chair, members of the committee. Thank you for having me back to testify this time and present Senate Bill 324. Another long title. We've got to get catchier with these titles. Environment and Natural Resources, Complaints, Inspections, and Enforcement, Information, Maintenance, and Reporting. Again, tells you everything you need to know just in the title. This is a refreshed iteration of a bill this committee passed last year when we passed out of the Senate. Last year it had an ombudsman component to it. If you'll recall, this year really is, I think we've reflected on the last 10 months of the pandemic, reflected on a lot of feedback we've gotten from the community and this real thirst for more public information. And we did kind of distill this bill down. We don't have an ombudsman anymore. This is really about getting information that is public information. Just now you have to file a PIA request, but getting that information proactively published by Department of Environment, Department of Natural Resources, so that our communities can then simply go on and see when there's been an issue regarding violations in permitting, any environmental violations. It's truly about transparency. It's about public participation. I'm so thrilled that Senator Bailey has been my partner in this through and through, and he is the expert on all things DNR and NRP, and has been so helpful in crafting this legislation. We've been working again with MDE and DNR to address some of their concerns. MDE has some of the information we want to make publicly available, or it will as of October. Some other information, it's going to take a little more longer for them to make that public. We understand, and so we want to try to be flexible with our timelines here on when they would publish that information, but still making sure that our ultimate goal is greater transparency is better for everybody. We're also working with DNR. They have a specific concern as it relates to how to report specific information that flows through the judiciary. And so I think you'll hear from DNR today, but we are also trying to urge the judiciary to move in the direction of greater transparency when it comes to violations as it relates to NRP and things like that. At the end of the day, really believe this is going to be a cost savings measure for the state. It's going to reduce the PIA requests, and it's going to bring some transparency and public trust back to our departments. And so that we know we pass great environmental laws here, but they're only as good as they're enforced, and the public deserves to know when that's happening or when that's not happening, so that we can hold our communities accountable. With that, Mr. Chair, I do believe Senator Bailey is here to speak to his end, if that's appropriate.
Absolutely. Senator Bailey, welcome back, and you're on. Please unmute.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. I will have to say it was a pleasure to work with Senator Elfreth on this bill. This bill will help to open the eyes of the citizens of Maryland when it comes to violations against our most treasured natural resources and the environment. As we move forward, we should be focused on working more with public-private partnerships that are directed at fact-driven research. We should be making decisions and directing funds where they are needed the most, such as prosecutor outreach, so that they understand the seriousness nature of violations like poaching, polluting our bay, and other serious environmental crimes. One thing that we need to remember when we talk about the judiciary is everyone is innocent until proven guilty. One thing you'll see that, especially in police blotters, anybody that commits a natural resource violation or is charged, right? They are really convicted in the public's eye before they're ever given due process or been able to be in court. What this will do is this will show that they need to be convicted, and it tracks the convictions. We'll actually be able to see the number of convictions. This will engage the NGOs, the non-government organizations, the people that really and truly have money and have a big interest in the Bay and in our natural resources, so that they can provide enhanced rewards for people who are reporting violations. They can potentially provide civilians to assist The state always says we don't have enough people. They're always saying we need more. They can provide people with expertise to assist with things from working on the internet to clerical work. Right now, this information that is in this report is not directly available to the public so they can determine, and when I talk about the department here, I'm talking directly about what I helped on this bill with the Department of Natural Resource, the conservation efforts, and realize that certain groups, right, and I'm going to talk for a minute about the farmers and the watermen, they are really not the target, right? They shouldn't be the enemy right now. We should get data. We should work with this data so that we make that data publicly available so everyone, not just us, but all the public can understand the status of our natural resources and gather the necessary data to assist the state in its conservation efforts. These things should not be national secrets. This is our bay. We are all the citizens. We should know this. Statistics and data such as these will be useful to the public and the numerous conservation and environmental organizations working within the state of Maryland. Thank you all for your time and effort.
Thank you, Senator Bailey. Thank you very, very much. We're going to go to Angela Herron, followed by Doug Myers. Then we'll move to questions and then the opposition.
Thank you. Good afternoon. I'm Angela Herron. I'm a senior attorney with Chesapeake Legal Alliance. Thank you today for this opportunity to speak. We submitted written testimony, so I'm going to aim to be brief. SB 324 does two important things. First, as Senator Elfreth just mentioned, it creates much needed transparency and access to information. So our environmental laws have provisions in them that allow for public enforcement. And the need for this enforcement is really clear. At the federal level, we've faced continued cuts in funding and staffing for US EPA. And at the state level, our enforcement numbers at Maryland Department of Environment have been declining, while the numbers of entities violating Clean Water Act permits remain in the thousands. These violations impact our water quality and they impact public health. Further, the lack of enforcement signals to other would-be polluters that they can disregard the law. So the public must have access to pollution information in order to exercise its enforcement right. My organization, Chesapeake Legal Alliance, works with nonprofits and concerned individuals across the state who are eager and willing to do their part under our environmental laws to hold polluters accountable. But without access to pollution or enforcement information, it's virtually impossible to do so. So SB 324 would alleviate this burden by proactively putting this basic non-confidential public information, including pollution inspection reports, online. Second, SB 324 will also reduce the burden on agency staff. In Maryland, our current system for obtaining this pollution information that we've been speaking about is through a Public Information Act request, or PIA. And these can often be very time intensive and costly, both for the public and for government agencies. Facility inspection reports and settlement agreements are not confidential, as I've said. They're subject to PIAs. So by having this information readily available online, we will save agency staff and time and resources across the board by saving them from having to fulfill these one-off requests. So the importance of this bill has been really felt acutely during the pandemic. Many PIA requests at MDE have been backed up for a very long time, and they were unable to fulfill these requests in a timely manner due to the archaic paper system on which they currently rely. So SB 324 would modernize and streamline access to this critical information. We'd like to note that we've been working with MDE staff to help them modernize and understand already now that they've made some significant headway on the internal system that would facilitate what's called for in this bill. So we're really pleased to see that MDE has already started making these steps. I just want to close by noting that SB 324, what it calls for is really simple. It's not revolutionary. All the other Bay states and many other states around our country already have this greater transparency and accountability information readily available online. So for these reasons, we urge a favorable report. Thanks.
Thank you, Ms. Herron. Now we'll go to Doug Myers of the Chesapeake Bay Foundation.
Thank you again, Doug Myers, and the Maryland Senior Scientist at Chesapeake Bay Foundation, and thank you for the opportunity to offer support for this bill. I'm glad that Senator Bailey mentioned the non-governmental organizations. That is a role that we play to be that watchdog on the various regulations and laws that are passed by this body to protect the environment and natural resources. We do that mostly by being able to receive calls from members of the public who really don't know who to call. It's not apparent by going through agency websites how to report a pollution event or a suspected violation of a natural resources code. So we are keeping ourselves aware of those, and we get the complaint delivered to the appropriate agency and sometimes the appropriate staff person within an agency that needs to respond. However, because we don't have regular reporting on those complaints or any resolution of those complaints, that system of what we're able to do becomes a bit of a black hole where the agencies receive the information about the complaint, but we never receive back either directly to the complainant or to us so that we can help to shepherd the resolution of these events. So this is a good governance approach. This is using existing technology we know we have. We know that the departments keep this information internally, and it is very administratively burdensome, both for us as the non-governmental community as well as the agencies, to do this back and forth with Public Information Act requests, where they may not quite understand what it is that we're looking for. And so we have to go back, or they'll say, we have 5,000 pages of information on that request. You're welcome to come to our basement and look through them. Not a very helpful response. So we think if all of this information was made available online, we could check up on the status of complaints and enforcement and compliance activities and stop wasting a lot of people's time and get a better result for the citizens of Maryland. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Meyer. Questions for any of the proponents, the sponsor, or any of the witnesses? If you have a question, Senator Simon Ayer, please unmute.
Thank you. I haven't had a chance to read the bill completely. I've read some of it, so I'm just going to ask some questions. You can help me. So what violations is the scope with this? I mean, is this, I saw air quality and things like that. It's also poaching. I mean, what is the scope of this?
Thank you, Senator. So it has a lot to do, certainly in the DNR side, with inspections relating to commercial fishing and poaching and things like that. Particularly important for, I think, your and my and Senator Riley's districts are also having to do with boating under the influence or boating accidents is really important to be transparent about as well. And Doug, can you speak to the MDE portion, if you wouldn't mind?
Yeah, an example of this would be when we're commenting on, say, a programmatic permit from the department. It's very important for us to understand what is the past activity of this permitting program. And to do some kind of analysis of the cumulative impacts of not just the permitted activity, but the complaints and the ways that the permitted activity is not complied with, so that we can make better recommendations to the department of how to improve the permit in the future by saying, well, yes, you have this certain standard, and here are the 19 violations of that standard that resulted in a pollution event. It's very difficult for that to come to us without a lot of legwork on both our part and the department, to be able to quantitatively look at impacts from existing programs.
So I get the big ones. Now, I'm just trying to figure out, as Senator Elfreth, I have a lot of water around my district and probably affect that. And I'm trying to find out the scope. So if somebody's out in a boat and they don't have their life jacket and they come and they give them a violation, is this going to be reported on here?
Senator, I don't believe it would have the granularity of detail of name and people on the boat, but it would the total numbers of inspections relating to and to the boating pieces that I just mentioned.
Okay, so there would be no way to tie the person to the violation?
Senator Bailey, as a former NRP.
So I can absolutely jump in here. That's correct. There would be no way to tie an actual citation with a name to a conviction. But what it will do, which is very important, is it will track the number of convictions, right, based on the number of citations, which is something that is clearly missing when we talk about natural resource and environmental enforcement. You can write a whole bunch of citations. You can have a bunch of people that suspectedly violate the law. But at the end of the day, the violations that's convicted of is what is so hard to be able to determine, right? And then so what this will do is it will show us, it will show everyone exactly what is occurring or not occurring, and it'll be able to provide us with data to say, well, we need to educate these prosecutors, we need to educate the state of Maryland or the Attorney General's office into working with this, and potentially maybe even take it out of the local state's attorneys where crimes such as these, especially large environmental crimes, are so politically motivated that they get swept under the rug. And that is something that this is what this has the potential to do, because it's going to make it public. Now, as far as the recording data that we're looking at when we look at this, I simply took this off the managing for results, the MFRs that is already required for the department to file. So as far as citations and the number of complaints, the number of interactions that officers have, that is already done. It's already required to be done. So it is not going to cause any extensive work or any extensive thing. It's already done. We just don't see it. And nobody else really gets to take a look at it. The only thing this is additional is requires the convictions. So then we can look at what actually happened as a result of these charges.
And if I may just clarify on the side of MDE, though, there wouldn't be any individual, personal information for an individual, but it would be for an entity. So, for example, the types of things that we're talking about here are facilities that have Clean Water Act permits to discharge as part of their operation. So, just as an example, it could be an industrial facility like a scrap metal yard facility or something like that that might be suspected of not following its permit. That might be inappropriately discharging pollution into the waterways, and MDE might have gone out to do an inspection and given them a citation and said, you have violated the terms of your permit. That type of information is what we're talking about on the MDE side. And in that instance, it would have a name of the facility. So there would be an identification, not as an individual, but of the name of a facility or an entity that holds that permit.
And then just, if I can, just one last question on that follow-up. I read in there and it talked about suspected of violation. Would it only be put up there as far as the facility if they were given a violation, not only suspected of one? Or would they be listed as they got a complaint?
So I haven't seen, so again, MDE has started this process. They have an internal system now they call ETS. I can't remember what it stands for, something tracking system. And they are looking at what information they can put online. And I know they're working with the AG's office to make sure that they are not putting anything that's inappropriate online. So I don't know if MDE has made the decision about whether or not, whether and how a suspected violation is going to be tracked. But I think the point is that if they put the inspection reports on there, it goes either way. So we're asking for the inspection report. So if they go and there was no problem, then that's what's posted. We know that they went and that there was no problem. Or if they went and there was a problem that noted on the inspection report, then we would see that. So it would actually show the inspection report itself.
Yeah, we can talk about that offline. I do have a little
Sure.
concern about just suspected versus somebody who had a violation.
Yeah, I understand that. I'm
Word
happy to
out.
follow up.
So, thank you.
Okay. Mhm.
You're muted.
Obviously, we'll have a markup session and all amendments will be welcome. So clarifications obviously can be debated there as well. Senator Carozza.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I'll be brief. Just reading over the Maryland Department of Environment letter, and I think you all know by now that I'm a process person, so I'm trying to understand how this would actually impact, family farmers and others. MDE notes that they have this environmental tracking system and that the department would plan to develop the portal in phases, and I guess that's how they would that would be the infrastructure for allowing for this new reporting system. And I guess my question is maybe more to the to both bill sponsors would be, there have been some questions on how this would actually work for the average family farmer, as far as if some of the questions would be, for instance, if a farmer's general permit expired due to no fault of his or her own, is that something that, would be made clear on the website? I think just a recognition that the family farmers, are different operations than businesses, a lot of the businesses that apply for the permits with MDE. So I would appreciate it if, I don't know if the bill sponsors have already taken into account maybe, either some language or taking some steps that would assure a smoother process that would impact the family farmers.
Thank you, Senator. And I mentioned this in my testimony, and I'll say it again. You mentioned the phases MDE is working on for this information, and so we will be presenting an amendment before you vote, taking that into account. So at the same time, if Senator Bailey agrees, we'd be happy to work with you to think about that process and to your point, what it means for the average Marylander here. So I'm happy to work with you on that.
Obviously, Senators, I agree that we'll work together on this.
Okay, we will go to the unfavorables. I do see, well, let's go to the unfavorables. Pam Casemeyer, followed by Bob Enton.
Hello, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. Pam Casemeyer here on behalf of the Maryland Delaware Solid Waste Association and also Synagro, which does a lot of biosolids and application. We're here respectfully in opposition, not to the intent of the bill, and are pleased to hear that and not surprised at all, given the sponsors, that they're working with the agencies and trying to figure out how this could be implemented, and that the AGs are involved in figuring out what legitimately could be posted or not. Our concern is not access to public information, but how that information could be perceived or misused by individuals or organizations that are looking to stop projects, even if they're legitimate projects. And I think there's a big difference between complaints, investigations, and enforcement actions, because complaints can be registered unfounded, purposefully, if they know all of a sudden all these complaints are going to get posted on a website, whether they play out as being legitimate or not. And before you know it, you've created a very negative impression of a project or a facility that ultimately didn't play out through any enforcement, any other, but the public perception is there's 100 complaints registered and no ability to evaluate whether those complaints were legitimate. So the complaint piece of it is a little concerning. I understand it, but I think it needs some context to be sure there's some validity to the complaints, especially because oftentimes in the development of facilities, people are looking for ways to keep them from being developed before they are, even facilities that are intended to do really positive kinds of things. Like, for instance, there's huge opposition to permitting composting facilities. Everyone wants us to compost, but nobody wants a facility. Well, if there's a composter that has a facility and they want to work with someone to develop a new one, and then the public doesn't want it, and they can go on the website and say, well, this company's horrible because they've got 100 complaints, but you don't know whether those complaints were legitimate, then a very needed facility could be impeded. So the complaint is one piece. The inspection piece we understand, but once again, because an inspection report finds something that may be in violation, the regulated entity has an ability to respond to the inspection report, and sometimes it actually isn't a violation because the inspector didn't understand some component requirement. This happens quite often. I've seen it happen with recycling facilities where there was a concern by an inspector about how materials were stored. And then once the permittee responded, the inspector was like, yeah, that's correct. So we're not going to issue a violation. So enforcement actions are a bit different because obviously there's been a finding that something hasn't been in place and you have to enforce it. But all I'm saying, and I'm glad you're working with the department, we're not seeking to prohibit easy access to public information, but we also want to make sure that just posting it without the correct context doesn't lead to unintended implications for legitimately operating permitted businesses. And in the MDE side of this bill, which is all I'm really talking about, my clients aren't involved with DNR, there's a great concern about misperception to serve other types of purposes.
Thank you, Ms. Casemeyer. Mr. Enton, welcome to EHE.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Nice to see you. Robert Enton, I'm testifying on behalf of the Maryland Building Industry Association. Let me just say a testimony. I'm sorry.
You were
we're talking about we're talking about suspected activity, and I'm not aware of any statute anywhere which calls for the public making public suspected activity. I mean, there's been no adjudication. It's one thing, we've had a lot of bills for shielding over the last few years. But what you're going to do here is, and if it's an entity or an individual, what difference does it make? If I have a business and I form an LLC or a sub-S corporation instead of holding it individually, then even though someone files a complaint, there's been no adjudication of it whatsoever. Yet this, is going to be open to the public. I can't imagine any precedent for having this kind of information available. It's one thing if you've been charged and you've had and there's a charging process, there's an appeal process, and you've been found to violate the law. That's one thing. But we're talking about, suspected activity. And that's what bothers me. And the one question that was posed by Senator, I think Carozza, or maybe it was Simon Arap, about the response from the advocate for this was, well, that's something we're talking to the AG about. Look, if we pass a law that says this is what it is, that's what it is. And I really don't think it's appropriate. If you want to amend the bill, if the bill were amended, maybe to talk about violations, okay? So, and the beginning of the bill in this section, suspected violation means a suspected violation of any requirement in this article. Maybe we should say, this section violation means a violation of any requirement in this article, and talk about if you have been found to have violated it. That's a whole different, ball game. But to all of a sudden now publish something for suspicions, even though they may be totally unfounded, and then you're going to wait and see if it gets adjudicated, and then somebody can look it up and say, oh, now, I filed, we had this suspicion, but now I looked and I can see that they were found, there wasn't any violation filed. Meantime, you being, publicized that you're suspected of doing something wrong. To me, it's really contrary to due process. And I think if you want to have more data available about violations, fine. What bothers us is it's all about suspicions, not findings. So that's why we're signed up unfavorable.
Thank you, Mr. Anton. Before I call on Senator Fry Hester, there are a number of people who've written letters of information, including DNR. They, as usual, you can read between the lines and they have some problems with it, but once again, they take no definitive position in favor or against or favorable with amendments. So, and there are a couple others that fit that category, but there's no one listed in opposition. Oh, well, there's one opponent, the building industry, which is in your file. Okay, Senator Fry Hester.
Thank you. I was just slightly confused by the opposition because I thought that all this information was already available through the PIA. And the bill also says that it's regarding complaints that remain open. So it's not merely suspicions. Could somebody just clarify that for me?
Anybody want to take Mr. Anton? Were you?
I don't believe, if I'm not sure if I call up and I say, I suspect that the lumber yard or the hardware store for this project is violating, article, section 2404 of the natural resources article. I don't believe that's published anywhere. Now, my guess is if a citation is issued, okay, that may be available if someone asks for it. A, I don't believe it's published, and B, but if I can go to, if there's a charge pending against me in the District Court of Maryland, someone can go and look at the court records and do a search.
Right, I think the question was,
been charged
I think
with
the question was whether it's a PIA, what could be released on a PIA?
I don't know about the PIA. I would guess the mere, there's no way you can get find information about something which is a quote suspicion.
Okay, that is your.
Doesn't mean a complaint's been issued.
Right. Got it.
A violation.
Got it. Mr.
Been issued.
Ms. Herron, you have anything?
Thank you.
Very briefly.
Oh, I was just going to add that, yeah, the way the bill is written is that only the information that is already already subject to a PIA request would be released. So we're not asking for any information that's not already subject to a Public Information Act request. So your assessment, Senator Hester, was correct.
So
well,
maybe
whoa, you haven't been called on, Mr. Anton. Just
I'm sorry.
We're not having a cross dialogue here. So, Ms. Herron, so then are complaints of suspected behavior or practices, are they released on a PIA or not?
So the way that would, for the type of permit that I'm the most familiar with, the way that would be released is by an inspection report. So MDE does not have enough inspectors to go out and inspect every facility. And so when they receive a complaint of a suspected violation, that is usually when they go out. So just the existence of an inspection report then tells you, it could have been routine, although we kind of all know when we read between the lines that it's not usually routine. It's usually because there was some sort of suspicion.
And is the inspection report released under a PIA?
It is.
Okay.
The details of the report.
Any
yes.
Follow-up questions, or are you done? Senator Fry Hester? Okay.
No further questions.
Okay, seeing no further questions, that concludes the hearing on Senator Alpha 324 on DNR. Thank you all for testifying and appreciate your patience. Okay, we will move on to Senator Heddleman. Senate Bill 228, High Performance in Green Buildings Alterations Act. We'll start with Senator Heddleman, followed by Lisa Ferretto, Chris Parts, Sarah Bettman, and Benjamin Roush. And at least in the file as of now, there is no opposition. With that, Senator Hedelman, please, welcome to EHE.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, Madam Vice Chair, and members of the committee. I'm Shelley Hedelman, Senator from District 11, and I'm pleased to be here with you this afternoon. Senate Bill 228, what we're calling the Green Building Restoration Act, is a bill that was before your committee last year and actually was voted out 7 to 3 to 1 from your committee last year and passed the House floor 37 to 9. There are a couple of differences this year, and I would want to run through the bill, and then my panel are full of professionals who can get to some of the nuts and bolts if you have questions, and et cetera. In 2018, we went through a long process, and the Knott Commission was created and studied comprehensive reforms to our school construction program. And as part of that legislation, very late in the process, they included a provision that really loosened the green building requirements for schools and public safety buildings. And what they said is they encouraged LEED certification and other green building rating systems, but they didn't require an outside authenticator. They didn't require a third party to validate that folks were adhering to those requirements. And what we want to do is reinstate those requirements. We believe that it is important to have an accountability system to make sure that our schools are green for lots of different reasons, to reduce utility costs, to preserve water and energy, and also to protect and teach students and teachers about the importance of having green buildings that minimize environmental impact. So this bill would reinstate that requirement for schools and public safety buildings. And it does make an allowance for buildings in rural areas that may have some challenges getting to the site credits. So we are sensitive to the geographic differences in the state and just wanted to be attentive to that. So that is it. And I'm happy to answer questions when appropriate. Thank you so much.
If we can get through your panelists and then take questions for all of you at the same time, that'd be great. Okay, Ms. Ferretto.
Hi, everyone. Chairman Pinsky and members of the committee, thank you for this opportunity to provide testimony in support of Senate Bill 228, Green Building Restoration Act. As Senator Hedelman summarized, it amends and clarifies the requirements and intent of the original Maryland High Performance Building Act. And last session, it did pass the Senate and didn't make it to the House. I am a Baltimore City resident, a sustainability architect and advocate. I am a member of both the AIA, the American Institute of Architects, as well as the U.S. Green Building Council. I served as a member of the Maryland Green Building Council for 3 years and am now a Sustainability Commissioner for Baltimore City. As parts of both groups, I've worked in task forces to review codes and rating systems in detail to find these equivalent paths with LEED legislation. This Senate bill restores the intent of the High Performance Act by 3 main alterations. First, it removes this 4809 language that was mentioned was added as part of this House Bill 1783. This section was unnecessary as it required the Maryland Green Building Council, quote, to develop guidelines for new public school buildings to achieve the equivalent of LEED without an independent certification, end quote. The language was not needed as the existing law did not require this. In 2014, while I was on the council, we updated the program to include a path without certification called the International Green Construction Code. The acronym is the IGCC. As stated in the council supplement, quote, the state has enabled use of the IGCC as an alternate compliance path to minimum LEED silver, end quote. So this new path, the IGCC, doesn't require this independent certification, but it has a code framework in place to allow this equivalency with LEED. The addition of this confusing language and the subsequent guidelines that were developed allows public schools to simply have the architect or the engineer of record state that the project complies without having any documentation or validation. So removing this language restores this original intent of accountability by simply reverting to what we previously had, 2 compliance paths. One, without certification, the IGCC as amended with the framework, or with certification, LEED or Green Globes. The second alteration I would like to talk about is the percentage of state funding. The existing high performance bill stated that only capital projects funded solely with state funds were required to meet the requirements. This created a loophole, so projects that received a small amount of outside funding did not have to comply at all. This amendment changes that requirement to 25% of the funding. This aligns with other bills and restores the intent of state responsibility. Lastly, Senate Bill 0228 amends the LEED certification level for schools and public safety buildings located in rural areas that choose to follow the LEED path. Within the LEED rating system, there are approximately 10 points between a certified and silver rating. So if you're located in an urban area, you automatically get almost 10 points. So as a sustainability advocate, I understand the reason and the importance of rewarding development in urban areas. Reduced infrastructure, reduced carbon emissions, goes on and on. However, as an advocate for equity, this is an injustice to rural schools. Just as people cannot determine their race or zip code into which they are born, school districts cannot choose the location of their schools. Schools on the Eastern Shore should not have to fund an additional 10 points to compensate for points other schools are achieving just by their location, and of which both schools cannot control. This bill amends the requirement for rural schools and public safety buildings following the LEED path from silver to certified and restores equity across state buildings. These 3 main amendments of Senate Bill 228, as mentioned, restores the original intent of the high performance bill. It ensures that Maryland continues to be an accountable and responsible sustainability leader, protecting our state's finances, our taxpayer investments, our beautiful natural environment of our state, and most importantly, people equity across all the counties for improved student health and well-being. I look forward to the favorable passing of the bill, and I'm happy to answer any additional questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Ferretto. Mr. Parts, please.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. I'm Chris Parts, an architect with AIM Maryland, representing nearly 2,000 architects across the state of Maryland, and we are here in favor of Senate Bill 228. Lisa already shared that the alternate compliance path, identified by the NOC Commission is one that already existed. And I'd like to speak to 3 key points, particularly focused on the value of third-party certification. As an architect, when I submit drawings for a permit, they're required to go out to a county plan review or an approved third-party reviewer in order to release a permit for the project. Green building paths take measures that impact site development, water and energy efficiency, use of materials, and indoor environmental quality. These all impact the health of the community, the occupants of our buildings, and the performance of our buildings. While we as architects do our best to make sure that the project is compliant, an independent third-party review provides additional rigor and discipline to the paths that are chosen. Secondly, is that the aspirational goals are diminished without a third-party review. If any of you have taken a tour of a green building school, you can walk through with a student who tells you very proudly of the sustainable features that have been included in the building, and the LEED label on the building is typically a badge of pride. Pursuing such credits is a collaborative effort. The minimum threshold that's set in the legislation is a LEED silver or equivalent with the Green Globes project or component. Over half of the schools that have pursued LEED have exceeded that minimum level and achieved a gold or higher certification. So without that badge of pride, that diminishes the incentive and the achievement value for the schools and the students to push harder to achieve a higher level of sustainability for their project. And finally, the third-party review enhances the authority to gather information on project performance. With each of these components, LEED, Green Globes, and other components, I think that we have been considered, we've moved toward performance tracking. So not only as the building is modeled, we're understanding the energy use, but we're also taking a look at the actual energy use to see if what we thought the building was going to do is actually performing the way we thought it would. And this would enable us to learn from and improve our projects as we move forward. The third-party review enhances our ability to do that And getting this information enables us to access that information and move toward zero energy schools, where I think we'd all like to be. So in summary, we ask for your support for Senate Bill 228. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Parts. Let's go to Ms. Berman, followed by Mr. Roush.
Thank you, Chairman Pinsky and members of the committee, and for this opportunity to provide you with my testimony for the amendment to Senate Bill 228. State K-12 school construction in Maryland high performance green building program. This bill, as amended, will significantly strengthen green building in Maryland and will ensure healthy public schools for students, teachers, and staff, and bring fiscal responsibility to school construction. I'm writing as the chair of the board for Maryland U.S. Green Building Council, and of which there are 3,500 licensed professionals in Maryland, and as a public school parent from a Baltimore public school student. This bill was developed in coalition with AIA Baltimore, AIA Maryland, USGBC Maryland, and USGBC National. The amendment restores K-12 construction requirements. In 2019, a last-minute change was inserted into the 21st Century Construction Act, requiring schools to follow LEED Silver guidelines without certification. Small in wording, but very large in impact. The guidelines have established by the Maryland Green Building Council in October 2019 are not equivalent to achieving LEED, Green Globes, or IGCC. 2019 removed accountability or verification that schools will be built as a leadership standard high-performing school, which is a pivotal step in achieving building performance and a return on investment. A savings of roughly 10 cents per square foot on a typical project cost of roughly $200 per square foot. This amendment allows for an additional path following IGCC, which does not have any additional cost. And for a fraction of project costs, USGBC or other certifying body conducts a full third-party review of features of the building, ensuring safe and healthy, efficient schools. 228 aims to support all school districts across the state in their path to achieving better schools for students and teachers. In doing so, this works to level the playing fields for school districts across the state. LEED credits are tied to public school by access to public transit. Rural school districts are at a disadvantage. This bill amends the requirements for rural schools from silver to certification in order to forge an equitable path forward. This bill, as an amendment by Senator Hedelman, promotes fiscal responsibility, ensures Maryland schools remain competitive nationally, and ensures schools built through the 21st Century Schools Act set students up for success academically through healthier and more effective learning environments. I urge the committee to support this bill through swift passage. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Berman. Mr. Roush, if you want to unmute, that'd be great.
Yes, you can hear me, yes? Great. My name is Ben Roush. I want to say a thank you to the committee and Senator Hedelman for sponsoring this bill. I want to recap what was said very briefly. This is a repeal, a replacement, a move back to legislation that was passed in the 21st Century Schools Act that really limited what was available to schools. It said schools shall do LEED. They don't require certification. There were, like you've heard, multiple paths available to schools before that, at least one of which doesn't require any certification with the IGCC. So what we're looking to do is go back to what was a more flexible pathway. This passed in the last session a year ago, but was not able to move over to the House. So this is not new news. And I want to speak from my personal experience. So I run our energy modeling and commissioning groups of my company. And as mechanical engineers, we're very much in charge of indoor air quality, something we're all thinking hard about in COVID. Our LEED certified buildings get another level of scrutiny that is not available in basically any other pathway. So great, we know that the indoor air quality and the energy modeling credits get more comments for LEED than any other credits. And it's because they're getting that deep dive third party review to ensure that the ventilation calculations are correctly. There's a bunch of student direct impacts to ventilation. We know that they're reviewing energy model to make sure that it's done correctly in a way that no one else is. And like Sarah said, the average cost is about 10 cents a square foot for certification. So it's it's money well spent. So I urge this committee to move this bill forward, and looking forward to see it move through the House and Senate. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Roush. That concludes the favorable testimony. There is no opposition. We will entertain questions. Senator Washington. Please unmute, Senator Washington.
I know. Thank you. Thank you very much. And thank you, Senator Hedelman, for bringing this bill. Also, I want to thank Ms. Ferretta for serving on the Sustainability Commission. I was a Sustainability Commissioner as well. And I want to understand so you mentioned, and I don't see it in the bill, so Senator Hedelman too, that's why I'm just wondering. She referenced something about a 10-point system of LEED certification added for being in a urban area, and made some reference to equity with rural areas that this bill would. Could you make that connection for me a little more clearly? Just as a, making things the same isn't the same as equitable. Oh, there you go. It's talking to me. So equity and equal. So being the same is not equitable. And so I really want to understand what you're saying there.
Sure.
You're talking about equating race with region and rural status. I found that interesting.
Right. Sure. So if you're familiar with the LEED rating system, it's the lowest level certified, and then silver, and then gold, and then platinum. And it's about a 10-point step for each. So the LEED silver legislation, it's schools, because we're talking about those different paths. So if someone chooses to go LEED, you have to get to LEED silver. If you're in an urban area, you kind of automatically get 10 points because you're getting points for density and transit and things like that. I've worked in a lot of schools on the Eastern Shore where they're just unable to get those points. So the question, the connection that I made, and I did write that on Monday, Martin Luther King Day, while I was off. So it was more about the school district, and I've worked in Wacomico, Dorchester, I've worked in a lot of Eastern Shore counties. They don't really have a choice where their new school can be located. Lots of times these are replacement schools, so it's on the same site of where the existing school is. So it's that they're already in that zip code, they're already in that community, and they don't have a choice to, Wacomico County doesn't have a choice to build in an urban area and get those points. That was the connection I was trying to make, that they're at a disadvantage because of something that they don't have control over. So reducing the number of points required for rural schools would mean that both schools would be going along the same path. And the equity would be across all schools in the state would still have energy efficiency, water efficiency, Ben mentioned indoor air quality, acoustics, all these great things that affect energy performance. So if a school in Wacomico County has to find an additional 10 points, they have to spend money finding an extra 10 points just to meet the minimum level. And then they might not spend the same amount of money on energy efficiency or indoor air quality, things like that. Does that help?
Right. I guess I want to ask, that is actually a problematic analogy that you're making there. Systemic racism and region of birth are not equivalents. But I do, Senator, does this bill change that structure at all? Because if it doesn't, I don't need to discuss it any further.
Change, I'm sorry, I don't understand. Change which structure?
So this, does it, this point system that Ms. Ferretto is referencing, does this bill equate, attempts to add, to give additional points to schools in zip codes in urban areas?
No.
Versus zip codes in rural areas? Does this bill, I don't see that, but does this bill address that?
No.
Okay, all right, thank you. Thank you, Chairman.
Seeing no other questions, that concludes the hearing on this legislation. There is no opposition in the file. So thank you very much, all the witnesses. Greatly appreciated. We're going to go to Senate Bill 303.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Which is bill that I have sponsored. So I'm going to explain it from my seat. Senate Bill 304, let me start by telling you what it is not. It is not an energy bill. If it were an energy bill, it would be going to finance. It is a recycling bill. There are some who are trying to equate it with energy. It is not. It does not wish to close incinerators. It does not attempt to take incineration of trash from tier 1 to a lower tier. In the current law, the recycling bill that passed the state many years ago and required every county to come up with a recycling plan, and they were each given a goal for increasing recycling. And that's been on the books for many years. And generally what it deals with are materials that otherwise would become solid waste for disposal in a refuse disposal system and may be collected, separated, composted, or processed and returned to the marketplace in the form of raw materials or products. That was the general purpose. Unfortunately, there's a small section in the law that says if you happen to use a waste incinerator, you can get credit for 5% of your recycling from the incinerator. Objectively, what that allows for, if you return your bags to Safeway or Giant, and Safeway or Giant takes those plastic bags and takes them to an incinerator and burns them, the ash from those bags gives that locale 5% credit for recycling. It's silly, it's absurd, and I don't think that's what people expect when they hear recycling. What it would require, as I understand it, 3 jurisdictions to redo their plan and make adjustments to recapture that 5% elsewhere. My understanding is Baltimore County, Montgomery County, and Baltimore City use incinerators and utilize that 5% in accounting for the recycling. This is essentially an accounting bill. It is not to close incinerators. It's to say you shouldn't get credit in recycling if you're simply burning something. But objectively, it's saying the ash that results from whatever is burned can be considered, just like that cardboard is turned into egg cartons. And I think it's apples and oranges. And if the intent was to recycle, meaning a rose is a rose is a rose, we shouldn't allow this orange in with the apples. That's what the bill does. I don't think it's very complicated, and I would urge the committee to consider it and hopefully pass it. With that, we're going to go to Emily Ransom, followed by Josh Tolkien, followed by Alexandra Dysart.
Good afternoon, members of the committee. Thank you so much, Chairman Pinsky. I am Emily Ranson with Clean Water Action. I can keep my remarks very short. You did a great job summarizing this bill. Burning is not recycling. That recycling is supposed to be diverting materials from our landfills and incinerators. So sending materials to an incinerator just simply should not count. And this quirk has created this terrible situation where businesses are paying for recycling. And then they come to find out that technically sending waste, sending the plastic bag, sending whatever they're sending that they think is getting repurposed, because of this in Maryland law, they are actually getting incineration, and that is technically correct. So thank you so much for sponsoring the legislation. This is an issue with Maryland's recycling code. It's duping businesses, and ultimately burning materials is not recycling, and we support Senate Bill 304. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Ranson. Mr. Tolkien.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. My name is Josh Tolkien. I'm the director of the Maryland chapter of the Sierra Club. On behalf of our 70,000 members and supporters in the state of Maryland, we urge a favorable report. It's a pleasure to be before the committee today, virtually. And we're here to talk about SB 304. As Senator Pinsky and Ms. Ranson said, this bill is very straightforward. Right now, the goal of our recycling system is to create standards and incentives to reduce the amount of new products entering our waste stream and conserve resources. So the measure should actually be, if something is considered recyclable, is it reducing the use of a new product or turning it into something more productive? The ash generated in this case does not meet those standards. It's improperly categorized and creates a distortion of the data as well as a misguided incentive for counties. The 5% goal would be much better focused on actual source reduction opposed to simply turning one form of waste or trash that is burned into a burned set of waste. Source reduction, also known as waste prevention or pollution, is the elimination of waste before it is created. In this particular case, we are not actually eliminating the waste before it is created. Also note that the weight of the ash in the trash is also able to be weighed and counted towards a county's recycling goal and distorts the data when you're comparing the waste versus the diverted product. This basic bill will realign our incentives towards the state's goal of encouraging waste reduction and recycling and remove an incentive that is really not helping anyone out. For all these reasons, Sierra Club urges a favorable report. I'll be happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Tolkien. Representing Mom's Organic Market, which is a Maryland-based company starting in Rockville and now I believe is in 4 or 5 counties across the state. Ms. Dessard.
Hi, can you hear me okay?
Yes.
I'm Alexandra Dysart. I'm the environmental manager for Mom's Organic Market. We have 10 stores in the state of Maryland. On behalf of Mom's, I'd like to urge a favorable vote on SB 304. Up until 2020, Mom's allowed customers to drop off plastic bags from other retailers for recycling at our store. We then paid a premium price to a private waste broker to recycle these bags on our customers' behalf. It was in good faith that Mom's and our customers believed that these bags were being recycled and upcycled into other goods and products, thus completing the 3-arrow loop that is the meaning behind the recycling symbol. After Operation National Sword became public knowledge in 2019, I pushed back on our waste broker, asking specifically where are our customers' plastic bags going for recycling. After months of back and forth, we were eventually told that the entire time they had been just being burned at Bresco, the length of our contract, and that under Maryland's currently written recycling law, they were allowed to do so. Currently, burning plastic bags in Maryland is considered a form of recycling, and that's not what I think customers or Moms at all. We were going in good faith to recycle them. We immediately fired the broker, and we had to stop accepting plastic bags from our customers. Had we known that bags were getting incinerated, we would never have offered this service to customers. We would not have paid a premium recycling rate to our broker, and we have used a different broker. Burning waste and plastic is not recycling. As a local business, I just wanted to share with you how this bill and the needed alteration directly impacted us. We were purposely misled because of the current way the law is written allows for it. Please vote in favor of amending SB 304, the Maryland Recycling Act. Thank you.
Thank you. That concludes the proponents. Questions for the sponsor or some of the panelists? Senator Ellis, followed by Senator Simon-Ayer.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I was blessed to be on the Senate President's Advisory Work Group on Equity and Inclusion. And one of our charge was environmental issues that affect the community. And we spent a lot of time talking about some of these incinerators, especially like the Wheelabrator plant in Baltimore City. Now, I was always dumbfounded how we could have an incinerator in the middle of a city, you know, with the chemicals put out, and the health effects are really, how should I say, astounding, adverse health effects. And so this bill, it seems like it would make the existence of a plant like the Wheelabrator plant, incinerator, who probably is taking these so-called recyclables and burning them and polluting our air and destroying the health of so many people, especially African Americans. So my question, Mr. Chairman, will this bill kind of make it harder for a plant like Wheelabrator and other incinerators in Maryland, especially the ones in our deep neighborhoods? Will it make it hard for these plants to exist?
No, Senator, that's a fair question. Look, it doesn't ban or require the closure of any of these incinerators. It could possibly reduce the amount of recycling or waste that is brought in their doors. I mean, I can't tell you what percent of their business comes from this 5% of Baltimore City that they count as their towards credit for their recycling plan. You know, I don't know what else they accumulate, because I believe they take waste from many areas of the state and maybe the whole region. So it's not going to help them. I'm not sure it's going to hurt them. And I know there's been other legislation, freestanding legislation, that actually would close waste energy incinerators. And obviously we've had a bill a number of times on the floor to not give it energy credit by having it in tier 1, which I've always supported. So while I support some of those efforts that you've spoken to, this bill doesn't do that. It may have a minor effect on their work, but I really can't speak for them.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. Senator Simon-Ayer.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Actually, I thought it was unbelievable that somebody would be able to have plastic bags, think they're being recycled, and they actually burn them. So I don't know if this helps or hurts you, but I'd be glad to co-sponsor this, and I thank you for putting it in.
And I thank you, and I'm more than happy to have your name on that bill. Other questions before we go to the one opponent? Seeing none, we'll go to the opposition. Ms. Pam Casemeyer, who is unfavorable.
Hi, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, Pam Casemeyer again on behalf of the Maryland Delaware Solid Waste Association. And actually in response to Senator Ellis's question, this bill doesn't, as Senator Pinsky say, it really doesn't affect the utilization of the facility by those that they're receiving. They are not now receiving recyclables directly. There may be recyclable materials still commingled in regular waste because people aren't putting it separately for recycling. We just wanted to make the point on behalf of the industry that incinerator ash itself has been proven to have components that do, especially metal components that they often will separate out from the rest of the ash, that have been proven to be able to be reutilized. Incinerator ash in some jurisdictions serves as landfill daily cover. Not in Maryland at the moment, none of the landfills are using it, but the point really was more to say it's a county issue in terms of their counting, but we didn't want to not put it on the record that there are some beneficial uses for incinerator ash, and taking it out of the law could prevent ultimately the beneficial use of this material. And that was really the point of our opposition, is that it isn't always just landfilled and waste. It sometimes is reutilized in meaningful ways.
Questions for Ms. Casemeyer? Senator Ellis.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So Ms. Casemeyer, so you said some of this ash from incinerator has beneficial uses for, say, landfill. So it might be a beneficial use of it, but is the use of that ash beneficial to the environment? because some of this ash would have stuff like mercury and all kind of chemicals, heavy chemicals, and in it. So can you make that distinction?
Well, what I meant by beneficial use is it's recognized as a legitimate material safety. So daily landfill cover is now generally just regular dirt. Some states have enabled the incinerator ash, the metals and things are brought out of the ash, which would affect, so it would be a somewhat different product, but a component part of the ash can be used as daily cover in a landfill. In a landfill, all landfills have to have a daily cover every day. We're not here proposing that that's what we should do in Maryland. The only point we wanted to make is that there's a presumption that there could never be a beneficial use, which in fact reuses something that's not just put in a landfill for disposal. And by taking it out of the law, those potential uses are no longer recognized. And so beneficial use, if it was to be used in Maryland, there would be regulatory structures for what testing had to be done and what component parts were in that. We just wanted to raise the issue that the incineration, the waste energy facilities reduce waste by 50%. They pull out the metals, the ash that is left has component parts that potentially could be beneficial use. The metal that's taken out of it can be reused. And we just wanted to be sure there was an understanding of the committee about that.
Further questions? Seeing none. That concludes the hearing on that Senate bill. We go to our last two bills. We are waiting upon the sponsor, I believe. No. Yeah, I just need this. Bear with me for a moment. Ladies and gentlemen, let's start with SJ4. Ms. Colden, do you want to start and we can let Senator Gazzone when he gets a moment? Hold one moment.
Okay, so the zoning is testifying and signing it. So if Senator West can get on and EHE, that'd be great. Okay, thank you.
I apologize. We're going to go back to Senator West's bill. He'll be with us momentarily. He'll be followed by Gary Brewster, Gerard Neely, and then they'll be followed by the opposition, Drew Jabin and John Willems. The rest of the testimony is written, mostly favorable, but some unfavorable as well. So just as soon as Senator West gets on, we will proceed. Mr. Brewster or Mr. Neely, do you feel comfortable starting and explaining the bill, and then we'll have Senator West jump in when he arrives?
Chairman Pinsky, I'd be honored to proceed if that's permissible.
Yeah, we have a voting session. It's the last two bills, so we will proceed. Okay, the bill before us is 330, Senator West. State-funded construction and major renovation projects, solar panels requirement. Former Delegate Brewster.
Thank you very much, Chair Pinsky, Vice Chair Kagan, and committee members. I'm honored to appear on behalf of Senator West's bill concerning the installation of solar panels. I come to this from sort of a unique background. I'm the volunteer chair of the Maryland State Fair and Agricultural Society, and historically, perhaps agriculture and the environment have been
Mr. Brewster, I'm going to interrupt you. We have been joined by Senator West, the sponsor. Sorry, Senator West, we are down to our last bill or two and we have a voting session, but I'd prefer to defer to you as the sponsor. So please welcome, and I've already introduced the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I really apologize for coming in a little.
Not needed.
I was sitting in the Finance Committee about to be called on a different bill when I got the word log out of that and log in here. So that's why I'm here and a little late, and I apologize. I'm pleased to introduce Senate Bill 330, which will require new large buildings and major renovations to existing buildings carried out by the state and local governments of Maryland to be built with solar panels on their roofs. We're talking about new buildings here and major renovations of existing buildings. Maryland's current renewable energy goal is 30.8% from Tier 1 sources in 2021, including 7.5% from solar energy. In each of the following years, the renewable energy goal steps up until in 2030, the renewable energy goal is 50%, with 14.5% from solar energy. According to the final report concerning the Maryland Renewable Portfolio Standard produced by the Department of Natural Resources in December 2019, given existing solar capacity and anticipated future solar capacity in Maryland, the state will not be able to meet the solar carve-out requirement between 2020 and 2029. The question is, how can we accelerate our efforts to achieve our solar energy production goals at an affordable cost? Senate Bill 330 will forcefully nudge the state towards achieving its solar production goals and will do this without a significant cost to the state or to the counties. Bill 330 posits that the Maryland General Assembly will vote any day now to override the governor's veto of the Kerwin bill. Because the Built to Learn Act was tied to the Kerwin bill at the end of the 2020 legislative session, upon the override of the veto of the Kerwin bill, not only the Kerwin bill, but also House Bill 1 from last year, the Built to Learn Act, will spring back to life and immediately take effect. Under the Built to Learn Act, the state will issue bonds in the total amount of $2.2 billion, with the money thus raised allocated to pay for public school construction in each county in the state. My home county, Baltimore County, alone is scheduled to receive $420 million during this decade for school construction. So the point is that in the middle years of this decade, Maryland will embark on a huge program of public school construction in every single county. These days, public schools are not built with peaked roofs. That was the 19th century. This is the 21st century. These days, schools sprawl, their roofs are flat, and their roofs are very large. Senate Bill 330 will apply to construction projects carried out by state and local governments that have a proposed roof expanse of at least 4,000 square feet, and to major renovation projects carried out by the state and local governments where the heating, ventilation, air conditioning, electrical, and plumbing systems are all to be replaced. And where the roof expanse, again, will be at least 4,000 square feet. This bill provides that these new and renovated structures must be built with solar panels on their roofs. If the General Assembly were to pass Senate Bill 330, in just a couple of years, we will see major new school buildings erected in every county in the state, featuring roofs covered with solar panels. I note that the Maryland Energy Administration has come out in support of this bill. I think this is the first time any administration agency has supported any of my bills. That's because the agencies aren't supporting many bills at all. So it's very gratifying to find that the Maryland Energy Administration is formally supporting this bill. Also, Clean Water Action, the Sierra Club, and the League of Conservation Voters are all supporting this bill. And the American Institute of Architects submitted great testimony. I'm going to read just 2 sentences. They said projects such as public schools are already required to study the application and maximizing solar panel installation on the roofs of the buildings. You're going to hear that to the extent that the public school forces in the state testify in opposition to this bill, you're going to hear that they're already required to study the installation of solar panels. But the AIA continues. But most public school projects see solar panels cut from the construction budget, and the panels are never installed. They go on, we support the state leading by example and considering how to make state-funded construction more sustainable. Now, there's a paradigm that we all are familiar with, and that is that when you install solar panels on the roof, there's a huge upfront expense, and then you recover the money gradually over the years as your electricity expenses are less than they otherwise would be. And it might take 7 to 10 years to recover the cost of installation. This paradigm is no longer operative. Let me provide you with the example of the Maryland State Fairgrounds. Last year, the fairgrounds was approached by a solar company and asked whether the fairgrounds would permit solar panels to be installed on the roof of its Cow Palace. For those who are unfamiliar with the fairgrounds, the Cow Palace is a very large building which accommodates hundreds of cows during the annual state undercover. So the fairgrounds is making, by the way, the fairgrounds is right now, the American Fairgrounds is making the Cow Palace available free of charge to Baltimore County for not only COVID testing, but starting about immediately COVID vaccinations. This is the kind of public service the fairgrounds provides throughout the year. And I suspect Gary Brewster will tell you more about that. When the solar company approached the fairgrounds, it stated that it was prepared to install the solar panels free of charge to the fairgrounds. And furthermore, that once the panels had been installed and were generating electricity, the fairgrounds would be given discounted electricity for the following 15 years. The fairgrounds, as you can imagine, jumped at the offer, and today the Cow Palace roof is covered with solar panels, for which the fairgrounds paid not a cent. And the fairgrounds, to boot, is paying less for its electricity than previously. The implications of this for the Built to Learn Act are huge. My witnesses will explain that we have the opportunity, should we choose to avail ourselves of it, to turn the roofs of all of these new schools into effectively profit centers. The lower electrical bills that they will produce will free up money that can be used to pay for school supplies, athletic equipment, and whatever else the county school systems feel would enhance the educational opportunities for our children. And for these reasons, I ask the committee to vote favorably on Senate Bill 330. And now I introduce my 2 witnesses, Gary Brewster, who's the chairman of the Fairgrounds, and Gerard Neely, who works for Madison Energy Investments, and we'll talk about how they styled the Fairgrounds deal.
Thank you, Senator West. Mr. Brewster, back to you.
Thank you, Chair Penske, and Senator West, thank you for your environmental leadership and support of the State Fair. Everything that Senator West just said is entirely accurate. We're a volunteer-led, owned by Marylanders, 501c3 nonprofit, and we took a beating this year with the shutdown. We're a year-round operation. We have 2 million people a year on our campus, 42 buildings. Our big buildings, Cow Palace holds 13,000 people, Grandstand and Community Center, 7,000. We have big buildings, and we were running out of money, and we had to do everything we could think of to keep operating. So we did volunteer our facilities, and the coronavirus testing was taking place. We gave another building to the American Red Cross where they were drawing blood. We had the hard-hit Latino and immigrant community coming in on Sundays, and tens of thousands of needy people lined up for food starting at 5:30 in the morning, even though we didn't open till 9. We also had emergency management vehicles there. We also had a pop-up food market there. We were doing everything that we could to be helpful, but we were running out of money. Our campus got shut down, but we were fighting coronavirus. So over the year 2020, we talked to a solar company, a local Maryland company. They said, we can do it. We can put in the solar panels. So our 4.5-acre cow palace at no charge to us, and also on our sheep, swine, and goat barn roof, which was built by the Army Corps of Engineers when in our nation's time of need during World War II, we turned the campus over to them, they built it. They said, we'll put up 7,000 solar panels. It won't cost you anything. It'll cover 85% of your energy needs, and it'll dramatically reduce your energy expense. So they put up the 7,000 solar panels, and they told us what that meant, and we were interested. They said that's the equivalent of removing 1,885 tons of carbon per year, planting nearly 11,000 new trees a year, 3,272 miles driveway not driven, or running Raven Stadium for 1,500 consecutive days. We thought that this sounded great and there must be a catch. There was no catch. It was 10,000 man hours. They started in March. They finished in November. No cost to us. We're hooked up. Our energy bills are dropped dramatically. And we said, listen, we got 2 million people on this campus a year. Let's teach the public about this. They said, great. So they set up an educational kiosk so our annual visitors can see about the advantages of adopting solar and reducing the carbon footprint. They've installed an electric car charging station for us. They're running an annual educational seminar for the public on the advantages of solar. They provided us with a weather station to measure temperature, irradiance, humidity, precipitation, pressure, and wind. It's become an educational center on the advantages of environment. With the dramatic savings, it's going to allow us to continue to be of service to the public. And one of the remarkable things is, over our 15-year agreement, we already have data in, it is going to save us $1.2 million. That's an expense we would have incurred, $1.2 million. Instead of spending that for energy, we're able to support clean energy and do things to give back to the public. And that is mushroomed. It's amazing how these environmental initiatives, when people get some knowledge of them, education, it mushrooms. We have also just gotten a $50,000 National Fish and Wildlife grant to design a stormwater management thing because there's a lot of asphalt. Then they pointed out there's a lot of asphalt at the state fairgrounds. So in the last year, we busted up 60 areas of asphalt, planted new trees that were donated. We learned that spray foam insulation on our cow palace, which was just tin siding and we were heating it through the winter, that would pay off the energy costs in just 3 years. So we put in 3 inches of spray foam insulation. New LED lighting's going up, new HVAC units that were 30 years old. All this is just built on each other. And it absolutely no cost at any time, and it's helped dozens of Marylanders get through the coronavirus pandemic by building this solar operation. So in conclusion, Mr. Chairman, it's great to see you again and your committee. And I just want you all to know that this is not only the right thing to do for the environment, but it's making us money at no charge. That is a win-win-win. And I thank you for your service.
Thank you, Mr. Brewster. Mr. Neely, please unmute.
Thank you, Senator West, for your leadership on this issue, and thank you to members of the committee for allowing me to speak on behalf of Madison Energy Investments and the solar community in Maryland in support of this bill. And thank you, Mr. Brewster, for your wonderful explanation of the project at the Cow Palace. My firm, Madison Energy Investments, we were lucky enough to partner with the Maryland State Fairgrounds and Solar Gains, a local Baltimore County-based solar EPC company, to work on this wonderful project. Senate Bill 330, we support this strongly because it's going to continue to build on Maryland's commitment and track record of success in advancing economical and market-based clean energy development, and will make Maryland a more attractive place for solar energy asset owners such as Madison Energy Investments to invest, deploy our capital, and ultimately create more jobs. As Senator West alluded to, what we're seeing across the country, across the region, and throughout Maryland, school districts and other public entities are very great candidates for solar and storage and other renewable assets. And this bill would further the economics of such deals and make those more attractive investments for firms like Madison Energy Investments. By passing this legislation, you will see more standardized build cost and designs, which allows us to work with local Maryland firms to bring down the price of these installations, which ultimately not only create more jobs, but they benefit the entities that are going to be the off-taker for such energy by, getting cheaper power. We're able to offer more attractive power purchase agreements, or PPA rates, when we have buildings that are, already solar ready. As the senator alluded to, flat roofs, these are great candidates and great opportunities for renewable development. And if we can standardize this across the state, it makes this easier for firms such as Madison and others in the energy space to come in and work with local firms to build out better design systems that operate better and are cheaper to operate and provide cheaper power. Additionally, I would say this will continue to put Maryland ahead of some of our neighbors like Virginia and Delaware and Pennsylvania that are also wising up and saying, oh, our schools, our municipal buildings, our city halls, these are perfect candidates to reduce energy spend and lock in price certainty. This is going to keep Maryland a step ahead of those states as well. So I cannot voice my support and industry support enough for this bill. We want to invest in Maryland. I believe in Maryland as a Marylander. Our industry believes in Maryland renewables as well.
Thank you. Vice Chairwoman Kagan, followed by Senator Gallion.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Senator West, for the bill. I just had a couple of quick questions. In reading the bill and the fiscal note, couple of questions. First off, how many other projects around the state will this affect? Do you have any idea?
I really don't. I got this idea when I realized that the state was going to spend $2.2 billion in the next couple of years on schools. I'm quite confident that will be the state's major building project for the next several years. We're not going to spend $2.2 billion on other public construction. There may be some other buildings that qualify, but there's no reason why they couldn't benefit from this the same way the schools will. Most public buildings are relatively large. If they're under 4,000 square feet, they're not covered by the bill. But if they're big, and most buildings have flat roofs these days, they don't have peaked roofs anymore, why not put solar panels on? Why not design them so they will accommodate the solar panels and then put them on the roof and make the roof a profit center?
Thank you. So going into the bill on page 2, it talks about lines 19 and 20. It talks about that the heating, ventilation, air conditioning, electrical, and plumbing systems are to be replaced. Why does it have to be all of those? Why can't it just be some? So in other words, what we want to do is not say if it's being torn down, but if there's some tweak, and why is it that it's not just a roof repair like in lines 23 through 25? And I don't know if you're the right person to answer, if someone else is, but I'm just curious why so restrictive? And if this is a great idea, why aren't we making it a little broader?
Well, it's much easier to do the solar panels cheaply on a newly built building, which is designed with the solar panels in mind from square one. When you take existing buildings which may not have roofs, which would accommodate the weight of the solar panels, the anchoring of the solar panels, and the rest, the project becomes more expensive. And so I wanted to have a bill here, which was going to be a win-win-win, as Gary Brewster said, for everybody. And that would mean a situation where you could install the solar would be installed free of charge, and it would merely make, and because they're installed, you're going to have profits every year because the electricity prices are lower than otherwise would have been the case. So I didn't want to, so this is not an essential part of the bill, but it seemed to me that if you're going to do a huge renovation where you're basically gutting the building and stripping it of all the systems and rebuilding the building essentially from scratch, then you ought to put solar panels on the roof. But it was hard to differentiate this kind of major reconstruction with something more modest. That would be very hard to word in the bill. So I told the legislative services people, don't try to do it. Let's just go with this for right now.
Hey, if there's someone, if you or one of your witnesses might be able to offer some coaching, I am curious about learning more as to whether it has to be yes and all of those. And I hear what you're saying, Senator West, that we're not looking for, you know, paint touch-ups or something, but, you know, HVAC and plumbing and roof, and it just seems like it reduces the number of prospective projects that would qualify.
Mr. Neely, could you offer any insight into this?
Very briefly. Get back to the senator offline.
Yeah, Mr. Neely, you can get back to me because we're running long today and I'm not looking to debate the bill, but I'm interested and I just am wondering about the drafting of the bill and whether it could be a little broader.
Thank you for the question. We'll try to get the answer.
Thank you, Senator West. Thank you,
Senator
Mr. Chairman.
Gallion, followed by Senator Ellis, followed by Senator Washington.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Two quick questions. First, I just want to know how this relates to the solar renewable energy credits. Who gets the credits on these, the school systems or the company who installed them?
That would be negotiated between the company that installs them and the school system. Mr. Neely, maybe you could offer some insight into how you negotiate these contracts. My guess is that because the solar panels are being installed for free, that the company would get more of the credits than otherwise would be the case. Am I correct in that, Mr. Neely?
Yeah, most times the asset owner will maintain ownership of the SRECs. However, that's not always the case. Sometimes the SRECs do accrue to the off-taker, in this case, like a school district.
Okay, to follow up on that, Mr. Brewster, as it relates to the state fair, you mentioned a couple times being free. I was just curious, does that mean you all gave up your solar renewable energy credits to get that free?
That is correct. We gave up the credits to get it for free, and you know, when they indicated to us, and the bills now show we'll get a $1.2 million energy cost savings over 15 years. We were for that.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Gallion. Senator Ellis?
Thank you, Madam Vice Chair. Senator West, thank you for this bill. I tell you, you know, I go around different parts of the world. I see a lot of government buildings have solar all over the place. And we get back here in our state and very few solar. And, you know, being from Southern Maryland, they came with a project in my district, Charles County, which is like walking distance from my house, to tear up a couple hundred acres and put solar panel, when the agencies have kind of fought putting solar on government buildings. And just, you know, over in the district, went on Bolin Air Force Base, and, you know, this is Mr. Brewster talking about the trees in the parking lot. Well, they have solar panels in the parking lot. And now I love going to Bolin Air Force Base because, especially in the summer, I have covered parking, right? I get back to the car is really cool, and because it's on their solar panels. So there's a lot we can do to encourage the use of solar. So I'm very excited about this bill. And Mr. Brewster, I'm very excited about your excitement for how you have worked this, because we started talking about Cow Palace. I kind of perked up because as a 4-H family, we spend many fairs at the Cow Palace, right? And so thank you for the accessibility and all you do. And so I'm just curious, with these solar, Senator West, will having a law mandating this, will it take away the negotiating power of the government agencies and buildings to get the kind of deal that Mr. Brewster got for the state fair, where it's free, you just give up your renewable credits or stuff like that?
No, this places no restrictions at all on how the county would negotiate the deal. If they're as good a negotiator as Mr. Brewster, they'll get the deal he did. No, and I love the fact that you're concerned about the solar panels on prime agricultural land. I do not want to leave to my grandchildren a state which has solar panels all over the place covering our agricultural land. They ought to be on the tops of the roofs.
And in parking lots.
And parking lots.
There you go.
That's
Thank
another
you, Senator Ellis. Senator Washington?
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Senator West, for bringing this bill. I like it very much, but I think there's a section that's missing, which would be an appropriation of about $100 million to cover the cost of this. So I do think that it's worthy, and a worthy investment. In a jurisdiction like mine, Baltimore City, 420 million might sound like a lot of money, but because we have the oldest buildings in the state, we need all that 420 million just to get us. This just covers our high schools. So it doesn't get to our elementary schools that are in disrepair. So while I understand the intent of it, I wonder if the language could be encouraged, or if, we're willing to add an appropriation or something requiring this would absolutely, in my jurisdiction, and I would suspect in some of the other older jurisdictions, would require not doing something else like heating in some of the other schools. So what we don't want is to pit our desires for, a more sustainable state against the fact that we have failed to provide basic capital improvements in our public school systems for the last 20 years.
Senator Washington, I would love
Making
to
it
hear you.
open to making it be a recommendation, or, what were your thoughts around there? I don't know if you contemplated that dollar amount is not the same, doesn't spend the same in every jurisdiction.
Well, the premise of this bill is that, like Mr. Brewster's situation, in your case, the city of Baltimore should be able to negotiate a good deal with the solar companies, which would give you the kind of deal that former Delegate Brewster got for the state fair. The state fair didn't pay $100 million. It didn't pay $1 million. It didn't pay a cent. It got the solar panels installed on its roof for free. And it's getting reduced electrical rates. There's no reason why the city can't get the same deal. Just put a good negotiator on with Mr. Neely or some other firm like his and cut the same deal Mr. Brewster did.
Yeah, again, we're not a budget committee, but it's nothing's free, as we know. There's nothing that's free, but there's another restriction, just a lot as we just think about the bill. And I think Senator Kagan raised it. The types of things that we're going to be spending that money is not these big grand new projects that you're imagining. We are going to be doing. We don't do a lot of full replacements of roofs. But we do have a lot of leaking of existing roof that we have to fix. And so again, for a lot of this. So
Senator Washington, if that's the case, if the city would use its money for leaking roofs, it wouldn't be covered by this bill.
Yeah. So again, it's an incentive. It's an incentive that again, we have a varied state with lots of different needs. And so I guess I'm just wondering if you're open to looking at how you're defining major renovation projects, adding some financial attachment, some money. I think that this is a separate project and it's worthy of separate appropriations. The Build to Learn is really to restore the lack of investment over the last 10 years and on some very basic things. And so this is worthy of a new input, new funding. So thank you.
Senator Washington, I'd be happy to work with you on that. I'm not to the definition of the full replacement. If we want to add to the bill partial replacements, less significant replacements than the bill provides for, and add a financial component to the bill as well, I'd be happy to do that.
Excellent. Thank you. Thank you.
Senator West, I have a question, I think. And again, I'm sure Mr. Brewster is a great negotiator. There are different models. Some where the company they lease the solar panels, and you don't put up front money, and you get a reduced cost. There's another where you buy them, and obviously the 6.5 or 7 years to pay them off is an upfront cost unless there's some kind of free loan from a bank, and then you make an even greater amount of money. So does this bill specify the model that needs to be used?
No, it doesn't. It doesn't specify any model at all. So it's up to the school system which model they choose to use. Former Delegate Brewster and the Maryland Fairgrounds chose to use the model where they would have the solar panels installed for free and would receive, I guess, slightly less benefits down the road, but they would get them installed for free. And I note that the opposition by various of the school systems suggests they think that the solar panels necessarily are going to cost money. The answer is, if they use Mr. Brewster's model, they won't cost any money. They'll get them on their roof for free and get lower electrical rates to boot.
Right. Okay. Thank you. That concludes the proponents. We have two opponents, Drew Jabin and John Wollums. In whatever order, Mr. Jabin.
Mr. Chairman, I really hate to run, but the Finance Committee is demanding that I go for another bill.
We understand. I don't want to upset anybody.
And I'll watch this testimony on the video later on.
Okay. Ms. Jabin.
Can you hear me? I hope so. Okay, Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee, my name is Drew Jabin here on behalf of the Maryland Association of Counties in opposition to Senate Bill 330. I'm very excited to be back testifying in the committee, although it is virtual. As a rule, MACO opposes legislation that would result in costly or burdensome local implementation. Senate Bill 330, as written, does represent a significant unfunded mandate for county government and could potentially force inefficient or poorly suited facility expansions. As I mentioned in our written testimony, MACO would not oppose a mandatory consideration for potentially desirable inclusions such as solar or geothermal energy sources. Counties are already working at the local level to increase renewable energy. And during last year's bill hearing on the issue, the sponsor did make mention of potentially exempting local government projects from the bill, in which case MACO would drop our opposition. This is not to say that renewable energy is not important, because there's no doubt that it is. However, this bill as written does go way too far in mandating one standard for all projects, and MACO urges an unfavorable vote. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Wollums.
Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, John Wollums, representing the Maryland Association of Boards of Education. I almost said Maryland Association of Counties, but that was 25 years ago or something, hard to believe. And here we go again. This legislation is strongly opposed by MABE, essentially because of the reasons explained by the sponsor relative and Mr. Brewster relative to the bargaining power and discretion. None of that is mandated. The only thing that is mandated is that we install the maximum number of solar panels on every roof following a major renovation or new construction. That is an entirely one-size-fits-all unfunded mandate on every major renovation and new construction project going forward. Could we negotiate a free installation of solar panels on a roof? Yes. Could we be prohibited by the local electric utility from providing that electricity to the grid? Yes. Could we be fined for doing so? Yes. And has that happened? Yes. And so we have no bargaining power granted to us via this legislation to address the one-size-fits-all mandate. For another example of the basis for our opposition is that if you are proposing to renovate a school that was not designed lateral load to have a heavier roof, you may be looking at what was a renovation that is now a new construction project. That significantly increases the cost of the overall project for no other reason than complying with the mandate to install solar panels on the roof. And there are certainly other problems with the bill. I mean, one technical one is that from a technical perspective. The high performance building section of the annotated code that precedes where this bill would be drafted is specifically cross-referenced in the education article as a high performance school building being defined as it is in the state finance and procurement article. Not everything in the state finance and procurement article applies to us. So I did call Senator West's office to confirm that his intent is to have the bill apply to school buildings. He said that's the major intent. The bill is not actually drafted as a school construction bill. It has a completely different definition of major renovation from the immediate prior section in the finance and procurement article for high performance building. That has a square footage requirement applicable to the building. This looks at the roof. Not helpful to have multiple standards moving at once. And then lastly, kind of the rhetorical question, where is the Stadium Authority and where is the public school construction program? We are weeks away, hopefully, from launching a multi-billion-dollar school construction program under the Stadium Authority and maintaining a very robust CIP program under the Public School Construction Programs Authority. And there is ongoing, as recently as this morning, our school facility planners statewide met with the Maryland Stadium Authority really for the first time. They shared with us they have not actually met with the Public School Construction Program folks yet on implementing House Bill 1, the Built to Learn Act. So we have a lot of work to do without having new one-size-fits-all mandatory requirements imposed on us at this time. So we urge an unfavorable report on this bill.
Okay, questions for either Ms. Jabin or Mr. Willems, who have spoken in opposition? Seeing none, that completes this hearing. This issue will come up again. There are a couple of other bills. One next Thursday, I believe, will include some aspects of this. And I think there are a few others floating around. So we may try to take them all together to make sure we get this right. Thank you all, witnesses and sponsor. We're going to move to the last bill of the day, Senate Joint Resolution 4, Chairman Gazzone. There are two witnesses, Allison Colden and James McKittrick. And I am shocked that DNR is sending favorable testimony and not letters of information. It's great to see that they do take a stand occasionally. But with that, let me have Chairman Gazzone explain the bill and present the bill to the committee. Welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You may remember this bill from last year. We had unanimous vote out of committee and unanimous vote on the floor. This is about blue catfish, which is an invasive species. I'm pretty sure you all know about this from I'm sure it's been testified to in many different ways. It's a dangerous species in the sense that it does damage to our ecosystem, our natural ecosystem. It is a predator for crabs and oysters, and it doesn't belong there. But here's the bad news. There's a lot of them, and they multiply quickly. And the good news is that they're pretty tasty. So we'd like to have a strong market for them to be harvested. And we ran into a little problem. We got in the middle of a fight between international catfish people and from the southern states, catfish producers. Basically, they created a regulation and got a regulation created that said that these higher levels from the U.S. Department of Agriculture be used to both regulate and watch over. I guess there's requirements for, I guess, special individuals to be hired to watch over the intake and the outgo of fish as they come into a processing plant. This adds an incredible amount of cost. It's the only fish that they've done this for, USDA. This is a big problem. If we really want to help reduce the amount of this invasive species, we need to create a market. And basically all this joint resolution does is ask Congress to consider changing the regulations as it relates specifically to us and an invasive species in Chesapeake Bay that we would like to further the market for and hopefully add to our process of saving the bay.
Thank you. Senator Gazzone, can you wait a couple minutes and we'll hold questions till we hear from the other two?
Absolutely. Whatever you want.
Well, if you have a couple minutes.
Yeah, I do.
Okay. Dr. Colden, you're next, followed by Mr. McKittrick.
Mr. Chairman, Madam Vice Chair, members of the committee, I'm Dr. Allison Colden. I'm the Maryland Fisheries Scientist with the Chesapeake Bay Foundation, here in strong support of Senate Joint Resolution 4. As the Senator just mentioned, blue catfish are voracious predators feeding on a number of commercially important fish and shellfish species in the bay. Developing a robust commercial fishery for blue catfish in the region would provide economic opportunities to Maryland's watermen while hopefully helping to deplete the numbers of these invasive fish. Unfortunately, the transfer of oversight from FDA to USDA for processing has placed that undue burden on our seafood processors throughout the region, such that the growth of this commercial industry has not been possible. This transfer also duplicates efforts of the agencies and costs U.S. taxpayers an additional $14 million per year to implement. Repealing these provisions and growing commercial catfish harvests in the Chesapeake Bay would provide economic opportunities while helping to address a major threat to the Chesapeake Bay ecosystem. We believe the start of the 117th Congress represents an important opportunity to bring this issue back to the forefront. And for these reasons, we support Senate Resolution 4 and urge your favorable report. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Colden. Let's go to Mr. McKittrick with DNR.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, Madam Vice Chair, for this opportunity to testify favorable. Appreciate the shout out there, Mr. Chairman, earlier. Although our positions are oftentimes non-binary, and there's always shades of gray, Mr. Chairman. So here in support of Senate Joint Resolution 4, we don't need to belabor this point because I recognize you guys are going to be headed to voting right about now. But just give you an update. So this bill did not pass the House, passed the Senate last year unanimously, through this committee unanimously. And instead, I think the House, we adjourned shortly and the House chose to instead pass a joint resolution all the way through on international soccer, which arguably is not necessarily the same priority on what we can do today with this joint resolution. And especially as the administration changes and leadership in Congress changes, we have an opportunity now to double down as a Maryland delegation to make this action actually happen. As Dr. Colden mentioned, there are obviously a lot of unintended consequences, and you'll be able to read that in our written testimony, assuming floor systems are up and running. I know there's been trouble pulling up written testimony during hearings. So with that, happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Mr. McKittrick. And if necessary, we'll just amend it to the international soccer resolution. Do we have any questions for Chairman Gazzone, Dr. Colden, or Mr. McKittrick on this bill? Again, we passed it, the Senate passed it, and it got stuck in rules on the other side. Seeing no questions, thank you for your patience. Sorry you're at the end, Mr. Chairman, but we got it done.
Worked out fine. Thank you so much.
Okay. Ladies and gentlemen of the committee, it is 4:03. We set a 15-minute wait time. Why don't we make it a 4:20, a 17-minute wait time for any personal needs. We will meet back here at 4:20 in the committee room. You have your list. Most are not very controversial. It should be fairly quick and fairly rapid. That being said, this hearing comes to a close and we're adjourned.